Any kind of branches, trees, plants, anything like that does not belong in there. It's not recyclable. The collection center won't take it. So
Right.
basically, I just leave this notice on top of the lid like this, leave it closed, like that. Yard waste, and that's it. And the driver knows not to collect this.
And if there's ever confusion, there's even an app that takes out the guesswork.
So the Recycle Coach app, it's easy. You just put in your street, your zip code, and it will notify you the day before on your phone. You get a notification and say, hey, tomorrow's your trash day, and you put the tan lid out.
Wow.
It'll give you notifications.
Okay, I like that.
So you can't mess it up.
I like that.
From drivers to planners, each role shows the same thing: pride in their work and pride in serving the community.
I do the best I can for y'all.
Learned a lot today, had a great experience with the gentleman from Solid Waste Division of Public Works. What I learned today was that we have a lot of programs I don't think citizens are aware of to take advantage of, whether it's cardboard collection, whether it's tote cleaning, or also just the fact that we have one gentleman, Mr. Mario, who goes out through the entire city making sure that we recycle properly. Please make sure that we recycle properly so that we can get the best, most efficient use of our solid waste throughout the entire city. It was great to be here today, and thank you for tuning in. See you on the next job.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. It's 10 a.m. We are in the city chambers, and I call the city commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner Duvall, Commissioner Stokes, Mayor Emmerich, Vice Mayor Langdon, and Commissioner Petro. There is a quorum present for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Fuino, City Clerk Foss, Board Specialist Linder, Police Chief Garrison, and Fire Chief Titus. I would also like to recognize that we have a former commissioner in the House, Ms. Joan Morgan. Thank you for your previous service and your service to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Stokes, followed by seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon to approve the agenda. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to public comment. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Dominic Segreto, Mayor, Commissioners, and members of our community, thank you for allowing me to speak. In moments like these, it's easy to concentrate on disagreements, but today I want to refocus our conversation on something far more important, the impact that City Manager Jerome Fletcher has had on Northport and the future we risk losing if we do not recognize his value. Under Mr. Fletcher's leadership, Northport has moved from talking about progress to truly achieving it. In just a short time, our city has welcomed hundreds of new businesses, expanded healthcare access with a state-of-the-art full-service hospital on the way, modernized our development code, and brought long-delayed projects such as the widening of Price Boulevard. I presume we all can appreciate that we won't have to deal with standstill traffic during rush hour to fruition. Mr. Fletcher has been the force behind making Northport more transparent, unified, and accessible. He has met residents where they are, thereby institutionalizing public input and creating an environment in which community opinions are valued. These are major and necessary accomplishments for the second fastest growing city in America. Mr. Fletcher has catalyzed the growth that has led to new jobs, safer roads, and stronger health care, clearer rules for growth, and a city becoming more resilient and more hopeful. We need a leader who understands that growth and has already proven he can manage it. One who has a vision for the future, one who has given his city stability, ambition, momentum, and who has shown nothing but unwavering dedication to its citizens. Mr. Fletcher is that leader. I urge you to stand with Mr. Fletcher, stand with progress, stand with the future of Northport. Thank you. City employee. I want to share a perspective as someone who comes to work every day at City Hall simply trying to serve this community. The recent conversations about the charter and the city manager have put employees in an uncomfortable and frankly embarrassing position. It has distracted from the work we are here to do, and it has created a level of public confusion that didn't need to happen. The city manager has my full support, which includes enforcing the charter. When he does that, he isn't blocking communication. He's respecting the structure that protects employees and keeps political pressure out of the day-to-day operations. Commissioners are always free to speak with me or any other employee. The line the charter draws is clear and obvious. When direction or intervention is needed, it goes through the city manager. That is not only appropriate and extremely common practice, it is what creates a stable workplace. There has been claims of a hostile work environment. The only time I have ever felt or seen anything close to that was with former commissioner whose personal agenda towards the city manager affected the entire organization. That agenda and influence is still trying to affect the city, and it's time for that chapter to end. I am asking the commission to publicly support the city manager so the community hears a united message. That would go a long way to calming the temperature in the room and helping staff and the public regain confidence that we are all on the same team. Our focus needs to return to city business. This issue should be a non-issue, has taken enough attention and time. It is time to move forward together, follow the charter we all operate under, that commissioners took an oath to enforce, and get back to serving Northport with professionalism. In person, we have Joan Morgan, followed by Robin San Vicente.
I support Jerome Fletcher. I want to give you a history lesson, okay? Fact, a picture was put up in City Hall trying to correct a wrong, which all commissioners know, and this is not unique, okay? History, a picture was put up of our mayor, Marge Gentle, smoking under the no smoking sign at the old City Hall. She constantly smoked there. No one was going to stop her no matter what. This is not unique, putting a picture up to try to stop her wrong. Fact, a bogus petition, which is not based on the policy. It's based on out to get you. It's based on we've been looking for something since day one, is going around against the city manager. History, I was once the person that petition was against. They didn't want me. They didn't want White Mountain me from day one. Just like they didn't want, some didn't want our present city manager. Guess what my sin was? I was young. They wanted to keep this city as a senior citizen area, without kids, without schools, and here I was. They said I was playing kindergarten games. They said I was playing in the sandbox. Newspaper articles and editorials said I was going to take all the money in the city budget. I was going to bankrupt the city, and I was going to build county schools. You can't do that, folks, okay? And here's some quotes that are on city tape at meetings. Kitty Galecka got up and said all the young people in Northport should be sterilized. Herman Bregman got up and said that they knew where my children were at all times because they didn't want young. What do they want now? We've got a great city manager. I won. We are going to win here. It isn't about the policy, folks. Let's really see what this petition is about. And guess what happened once I won? Life changed. They knew they couldn't get me anymore, and guess what? We had a catharsis, okay? Some of them even came and apologized to me. Some of them really saw that I wasn't this big evil person, that I really cared about Northport, like Jerome Fletcher cares about Northport. We've got a great city manager. I hope some of these people who are putting petitions out anywhere, even at our festival last Saturday, how could you do that? I hope they realize how stupid they've been. Take it back and let's unite as a city. Let's unite under this great leadership. We are third in the nation now to Austin and Orlando. Our city is great and it's being recognized as great. Go out in City Hall and look at the beautiful decorations and all the greatness we have. Look at what's happening. the state leaders, the school board leaders, the election leaders, and the county officials all support Jerome Fletcher because they know what he's done.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
One more. I gotta move this. I'm just gonna make a generalized statement based upon the topic of losing our voices. And I'm not just referring to the citizens losing their voices, I'm referring to local municipalities, local governments losing their voices because of bills that are being brought forth before the legislature. It's important for the commission to understand the viewpoints from a citizen's perspective that when we come before you and we make our voices and our concerns known, and we expect at least for consideration of our voices and not just being ignored, you expect the same thing from the legislature. So it puts restraints on what you have to do as a local government with what's going on in our legislature. And I just want you to become a little more sensitive to really taking into consideration the citizens' voices on certain topics. And that would be a balance of the environment and development, for one. There's a lot of bills that are now coming forth in the legislature that are removing those holds on conservation lands and so forth. And we as a city, and I just have to say, the report that Chanel put together that's gonna be forthcoming before you is to be commended. It's an excellent report. And that is such a step in the right direction that we so need as a city. And again, I just want to stress the fact that to please be a little bit more sensitive when looking at environmental parcels, areas, habitats, biodiversity, taking that all into consideration, water quality. And it's not just about economics. There are parcels that have come before this board, like the one on 41 at the recent commission meeting, that the seller wanted to put it into conservation. And the county is willing to do that, but the city rejected it. Now it's up to the seller to now go to the county and say, I still want this in conservation. Heck, right now, the property's up for sale for $2.8 million. And the county doesn't want to fight the city on this particular issue. I've been speaking with the county, I've been speaking with the realtor and speaking with the owner. And they're gonna proceed with the county to have that land put into conservation. That's just one example of that particular property that's in a conservation zone and numerous other sensitive nature of that parcel. So please be more sensitive and listen to the citizens' voices and really take them into consideration, just like you want the legislature to take your voices into consideration. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Rollins?
Good.
Don't do this very often. It's more towards you guys, I think. The citizens. You know, I walk the streets, I talk to a lot of people, and I talk to you guys consistently. Nice to see you. The sound of this room right now, this moment, you should have dealt with this different. This sound is the most quiet the city has been. And it has everything to do with leadership. Leadership comes in different forms. We have great leaders in our presence. They're all back there. We have great leaders. We also have people with an agenda. When you put agendas and a cause together, it does not bode well for the city or the citizens. Agendas should be looked at for exactly what they are. And I hope you each take a minute to step back and analyze. When someone has an agenda of destruction, I know firsthand firsthand what that means. Not second. Want to claim victim? No. Not weeks after. Not weeks after. People have an agenda. With the agenda, and you're signing a petition with an agenda behind it, you have to look how many years the agenda has been happening. Not at the moment. Mistakes are made. People do things. Commissioner Duvall didn't follow rules. Pictures are hung. What are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing? We're following somebody else's agenda. He's a good man. You are a good man. And I'm going to say it out loud to you. Everybody needs to hear it. Your family shouldn't have to go through this. I appreciate the fact that your daughters have dealt with all of this since you've been here. And people need to understand that when you're attacking the man, you're attacking his family too. Keep it constructive. Citizens need to listen, and they need to listen sharply, because with this moment, those are the voices that you're not hearing. Quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Okay, we will no longer move on, okay? City Clerk, announcements, please.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include Art Advisory Board, Auditor Selection Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Debt Management Committee, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Culture Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, and Veterans Park Advisory Committee. Sarasota County Advisory Council vacancies include one resident of Northport to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization Citizen Advisory Committee. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. City Manager, has any items been pulled?
Just one item, Mr. Mayor, item A, 25-2350.
Okay. I'll be looking for a motion.
I'll make it, Mayor.
Or wait a minute, public comment on, any public comment?
There's none.
Okay. Now I'm looking for a motion.
Okay, Mayor. I move to approve the items in the consent agenda, pulling item A, 25-2350 for discussion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda, removing item A for discussion, made by Vice Mayor Langdon, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to item A in the consent agenda, 25-2350, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is approved First Amendment contract number 2228 for professional architectural and engineering services for public services facility phase 2 by and between the city of Northport, Florida and Sweet Sparkman Architects Incorporated in the amount of $3,044,062.05. This item was pulled by myself. We were in an agenda briefing yesterday, and it was brought to our attention that there was an error in the language in the contract that stated Dallas White Park, which was not part of the original project. It was an oversight on our team, most likely from a template that was being used when the contract was being created. The error is not material, and legal city attorney has said that it would not affect us if you approve it today. I just pulled it to make you aware that the error will be fixed, and we'll make sure that the contract reads appropriately going forward.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anything, commissioners? Is there any public comment on this?
There's none.
Then I'll request a motion.
I'll make it. Make a motion to approve the First Amendment contract number 2022-28 for professional architectural and engineering services for public service facility Phase 2 by and between the City of Northport, Florida and Sweet Sparkman Architects, Inc. in the amount of $3,044,062.05, subject to the correction in the contract.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Stokes to approve the First Amendment to contract number 2022-28 for professional architectural and engineering services for public services facility, Phase 2, by and between the City of Northport, Florida, and Sweet Sparkman Architects Incorporated in the amount of $3,044,062.05 on the amendment of the contract with the proper language, and that was seconded by Commissioner Duval. Anything to that? Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay. Moving on to general business. Item A, 26-0167, discussion and possible action regarding Northport City Charter, Section 5.02 in the City of Northport Personnel Policy Manual, Section 6.8. City Manager Fletcher, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is a follow-up to the conversation that the board had with myself and City Attorney Thweno on October 28th, where you gave him direction for outside legal counsel. I'm going to turn it over to him to respond to that feedback that we received as we move forward with the conversation.
Thank you, Manager. As the manager said, the commission directed me to get a third-party outside legal opinion at the October 28th regular commission meeting. Can receive that opinion from an attorney from Gray Robinson, Nikki Day, who is board certified specialist in local government law. The ultimate conclusion was that there is no conflict between the personnel policy and the charter, and this item will discuss whether or not the commission is essentially going to accept that opinion. Thank you.
Okay, so we are seeing no public comment, or never mind. Question to the commissioners on board. Since we see no conflict between the two, I would like to poll the commissioners to see if they are willing to follow the charter as is. Commissioner Duval.
Thank you. As the city attorney just spoke, he obtained an opinion. He has also, on this dais, stated something to the effect, if you ask 10 attorneys, you may get 20 opinions. This was just an opinion. Everyone has an opinion. I have an opinion. My opinion is that the charter does not agree with this policy. Secondly, who devised this policy? It wasn't made by the commission, and yet it limits the commission. The result of this are a number of things. Like an employee who might feel harassed in some way, but is afraid to speak up to their supervisor. Whereas if they had commissioners who could freely come in and out and just ask questions like, how are you doing? Do you need anything in your department? Then word might get out, and the city might avoid some lawsuits. Also, when I was touring utilities department with escorts. One of the things I noticed was in a room with chemicals on the shelves that the utilities department personnel used to process and test the water. It was in the same room with the refrigerator and microwave on the shelves. This is where they eat. If people were freely allowed to go through something like that, might get addressed a little sooner. Our senior services building somehow has gotten into a shape that it needs to either be torn down or major reconstruction. And as yet, we're not sure exactly how we're going to pay for that or how we're going to accommodate the folks that are in there. If maybe people that represent the city were there to look at things, those things might get reported. I was on the Charter Review Board for 4 years. The city of Punta Gorda also has a charter, and in their policy, there's a statement in there that the restrictions on commissioners or councilors of giving direction does in no way mean that they cannot freely speak with employees. I worked in an industry where everybody had the requirement and responsibility to speak up. Every person had to report everything. And that's not just in one industry. Airlines operate that way, nuclear power plants operate that way, and many governments operate that way. I think I've made myself clear. Thank you.
No, I don't think you made yourself clear. In my opinion, I asked a simple question. Are you going to follow the charter as it states right now?
Yes, I'll follow the charter as the charter states. As the charter states.
That's fine. Commissioner Stokes?
Yes, sir, I will follow the law.
Same as myself. Commissioner Langdon, or Vice Mayor, sorry.
I will follow the law, but I do feel compelled to make a statement to indicate that our senior staff is not responsive to employee concerns about employee safety is offensive to me, and it needs to be stated. I'm horrified that one of my fellow commissioners would take that kind of position. I'm horrified.
Commissioner Petro, same question.
I will follow the law. I would like to make a few statements.
You can make a statement as long as it's concerning this. We still
Yes.
have another item coming up next.
Yes, and I'll be very careful not to mix those two together,
Thank
although
you.
it's very hard because they stem from the same issue. First, the policy along with its consequences, and I'm talking about 6.8 policy, appears to have resulted in the conclusion that individual commissioners are not permitted to ask or converse with the staff. I find it astonishing that we got to this point. Maybe we can backtrack a little bit because it's a really important topic. And I'm not sure how it happened, but first I wanted to clear some smoke. I met face-to-face with Mr. Lear, and he was the previous city manager of our city. And we talked about this policy rather extensively. I asked his permission if I can share some highlights of our conversation, and he agreed. He gave me his card. If anyone wants to contact him as well, at your discretion. But he stated that he started the policy, but it did not include that provision in the policy. Moreover, he said, if the current city manager adopted this policy, and I'm talking about 6.8 policy, it would be his policy because it was adopted by the current city manager. And you cannot say that you did not create the policy. You adopted, it is yours, Mr. Fletcher. So he also said that he did not forbid employees to engage in conversation with the city employees, which is currently we are forbidden to talk to the city employees. And I have no personal agenda. I'm not influenced by anybody. But the thing is, if we are not allowed to talk to the city employees, that affects me directly. And I want to talk about this policy that we sent the request for a third-party opinion is that provision about communication between the city commissioners and the city employees was, going back to Mr. Lear, it was not authorized by him, and the policy was never adopted by Mr. Lear, contrary to what I was told by the city representatives, mainly by the city manager. So I'm getting conflicting information, and I want to clear some smoke. And I do believe him, Mr. Lear, that he did not create that policy, especially that provision that prevents us from talking to the city employees. It's just, can you imagine a city of our size, or any city for that matter, where the leadership of the city is not allowed to talk to the city employees? I find it very astonishing and very, very disturbing, to say the least. When I see the city employees, I try to find a way to get away from them. And this is troubling. No matter what we say, no matter what we talk about, this is very troubling. And when we talk about this policy, suddenly it became a law, if you will. And the city manager many times referenced that we follow the law. Now, this policy is his policy, right? But it greatly affects us as commissioners, because we mentioned in that policy many, many times and I talked extensively, point by point, that where it affects us. So this policy not only affects the city employees in regards of communication with the city commissioners, but it affects the city commissioners directly, which is me. And I'll be talking about myself. I'm not talking about any other commissioners, because I can only speak for myself. And I'll say more, it affects the city as well as the taxpayers, the people who elected me. I was told by at least 2 department heads, the directors, that, Commissioner, you cannot talk to me. And those department heads are present in this room. I find it very, not just offensive, but that this is the charter. Again, going back to the charter, I'm fully obligated and willingly want to follow the law and the charter, which is the constitution of our city. But I cannot abide by the policy simply because the charter does not forbid the city commissioners from asking questions. And if we send, I'll go over, if we send this question to the Attorney General opinion and request a formal opinion, whether the city charter prohibits us from asking questions or talking to the city employees, I'm sure we all suspect where it's going to come, because this is very, very disturbing. So the recent case at the town of Surfside, and I talked to the city attorney personally with that of that town. The last city manager was fired in October of this year for almost exact reasons, because he was trying to take control and be a gatekeeper of the entire city as far as the commission and the council, they call it council, communication, if you will. So there are cases where it is allowed, and I'm not sure why we at this point as we are. So I cannot adopt this policy or the conclusion of this third-party opinion. And like my fellow Commissioner Duval told us, that this is just an opinion, and I'm not following an opinion of somebody else.
May I make a comment, Mr. Mayor? So, what I heard you say is that you will not follow the position of 3 city attorneys and 1 external counsel, but you will follow the opinion of a city manager, a previous city manager, who was censored by the ICMA and the State Ethics Board for having sexual relationships with an employee. I don't think I would take advice from a city manager who obviously has such difficulty with boundaries.
Can I respond, the Mayor?
Yes, quickly.
I'm not following any advice, and to be corrected, it's not 3 city attorneys. I talked to Mr. Golan about this issue. The only offer he made is we can get together with the city manager and we can address your issues. He did not formulate his opinion to me. As far as the 3 city attorneys, so this would be our first city attorney who sided with the city manager's policy, an outside city attorney, which I hear that that city attorney has provided services to our city before. Correct me if I'm wrong. So by no means I'm following any advice, and I never asked for any advice, and I never mentioned of any such matter as far as advice.
All right, thank you. Public comment, City Clerk.
I got a comment.
Oh, wait a minute.
I would just like to make one statement that in the 3.5 years I've been on this commission, I have never been denied access to anybody or any information. All I needed to do was alert city manager. I've never been denied, nor has anyone ever been denied. So it's not a matter of us not having access or being able to discuss anything with staff as long as we go through the protocol. And it's done for the purpose of protecting not just the employee, not just to make sure that the city manager and his senior management are not undermined, but also to protect city commissioners from putting their thumb on members of staff to further their opinions, their agendas. The reality is almost everybody follows this. Punta Gorda has 24,000 people. They're a tiny little neighborhood community. And the truth is that a legal opinion is a legal opinion. It's not just someone off the street who says, hey, you know, I went on Facebook and posted my opinion. This is a legal opinion on what the charter interpretation is. Any commissioner who doesn't follow the direction of an attorney, a city attorney, who tells us that this is the interpretation of the charter subjects themselves to an ethics complaint. I would hate to see any member of this commission be brought up on ethics charges because they just don't understand what the law is. I don't know where you have to go to find somebody. The alluding to the fact that this outside counsel did work for the city, so consequently it disqualifies this attorney from their opinion, because obviously there must be collusion, because obviously I came from a third world nation where I had oppressive government. So the reality is we have a lack of faith in the system, in the laws. That's what I'm hearing here. And the problem I have with that is we, as elected officials, took an oath to follow the law. If we don't like the law, we can try to change the law. We don't like the charter, we can try to change the charter. We don't like policies, we can try to change policies. But we can't just disregard. And if that occurs, We are headed for ethics issues, seriously, and it's a distraction from the challenges that this city faces. So I would urge the parties involved here to take a hard look at why we got elected in the first place, to do what we think is in the best interest of the city, to do the city's business. Not to sit here and put on a drama show for the city and for a handful of people who have a special agenda out there who have been advocating for this ever since Jerome was interviewed for this job. This is a one-man show and a manipulation of certain commissioners, okay? That's what this is. And people need to realize it for what it is. It's wrong, it's undermining, it's hurtful to the city, it gives us a bad image. As it's been stated today by one public speaker, we are a great city of 100,000 people. We need protocols, we need policies, we need chain of command, and we need strong leadership. Now that we finally got it, we have a group of people who don't like the fact that they don't have control. Well, they have a vote. That's all. We all have a vote. And I support city manager. I think this is an absolute distraction from what's going on. And to find fellow commissioners who say they won't follow the charter as it has been interpreted by our attorneys, I find beyond belief. They will find themselves faced with ethics complaints. There is no doubt about this. Somebody's going to complain about their behavior. That's what's going to happen here, and it's going to come back on them, and I feel very badly. So I would urge everyone to pay attention to what the law is. You may not like it, but we took an oath to follow it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Gil. City Manager, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the first time publicly I'm responding to what occurred in the meetings on September 23rd and October 28th, and even today. First of all, just from the conversation this morning, Commissioner Petro, when that policy did get here and I got here, I did sign it. And I do own that, and I know that it's mine. What I said was I did not edit it when I signed it because it was already sound and approved by our city attorney, Amber Slayton, who was here for 8 years, who agreed with that policy and its connection to our charter. So please make sure we add her in the list of people who signed off on it. And for Commissioner Duval and the ability for staff to talk to you all to air their grievances, that's why we have a human resources department. They have trained professionals who are in there to listen to them so that they can be heard and given expert advice on how to move forward within our organization. It is not a role of the commissioners who deal with policy as opposed to myself who deal with personnel. That's why we have the HR department. As we go forward, if we could put the slideshow up, please. I want to talk about the non-interference clause in the charter, which is what we talked about from the third-party legal opinion. And this third-party legal opinion, that is exactly why we send out opinions to third parties when you want that reassurance that they are providing something that supports what you've already heard from your own city attorney. When I hear us say that, well, we don't care about third-party city attorney opinions, I mean, I just don't understand how much further we can go down that path of trying to get to the same space. But I will say that it is not new, nor is it an obscure technicality. It is the foundational element of our city's government. Our form of government is what is on trial today, it sounds like, for those who want to change how we govern as a city. It's not unique. It's our form of government in the city, and it sets policies and laws. And for the city manager and for all the charter officers, it's not just for the city manager. What you're asking for is for the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office as well. And going and talking to an attorney that's not the city attorney, why would you get advice from them when you can go straight to the top? It just doesn't make sense. And we handle our administrative staff respectively. The clause is a check and balance that prohibits individual commissioners from using political influence in administrative matters, even if it's not meant to be political. An employee could misconstrue it to be a directive by a commissioner. And I didn't bring this clause with me. It was in the information before I even got here. The Administrative Policy 6.8 was created by city leadership and approved by the attorney, as I said. And it outlines how city employees, not commissioners, should handle interactions with individual commissioners. We've heard that, well, this policy can't tell commissioners what to do. This policy, the administrative policy, is for our staff and our team. and it has been proven by multiple attorneys that it's in alignment with our charter. And as the legal memo concluded, there is no conflict with the non-interference clause and the city administration policy. This has been stated, as we said, by multiple attorneys. And now we have Nikki Day, board certified external legal counsel, saying the exact same thing. The clause ensures that city operations stay professionally managed, free from undue political pressure, and accountable through a clear chain of command. I've tried to get it to be understood that the chain of command is important. It's important in any organization. That's how you create structure. That's how you avoid chaos. It prevents any one elected official from exerting proper influence over a staff or management decisions. It maintains an even playing field among commissioners, so as well that no one member of the commission gets special access or control over staff that others don't have. For example, currently when commissioners ask questions, their questions from staff are regarding information from their meetings is sent to all commissioners, not just one commissioner, so that everyone knows exactly what the commission is discussing. The legal opinion also states commissioners' actions must remain within the charter-defined boundaries and must respect the limits. That is all that's being requested, to follow the law. And as we have heard this morning, clearly following the law is not going to be supported by all that's up here. The legal opinion put it clearly. One is a limitation on commissioner's power, which is the charter, and the other is a procedure for staff, the administrative policy, and they can be read in harmony with each other. The administrative policy supplements rather than contradicts the charter, and following the policy does not cause anyone to violate the charter. The intent here is to ensure that the city manager or the other relevant charter officer is aware of the request, can coordinate a proper and timely response, and keep a record of it. This is about coordination and accountability, not secrecy. Our city charter is the local constitution and the law of Northport, and the document through which our residents, the voters, delegated certain powers to the commission and set strict limits on those powers. In fact, every commissioner upon taking office swears an oath to support, protect, and defend the U.S. Constitution, the Florida Constitution, and the charter and the laws of the city of Northport, which includes upholding all the charter's limitations and rules. This oath imposes a binding legal and ethical duty to uphold the charter. It protects employees, as I stated earlier. They may fear that their answer to an elected official might be potentially misleading. They shouldn't feel blindsided because they know and understand that information goes through the city's chain of command and structural boundaries as established in the charter. These are sensible safeguards. I fully encourage our city staff to maintain positive, authentic, and casual conversations with elected commissioners to build that rapport and boost morale, provided those interactions remain within the city's legal boundaries. Within this framework, informal day-to-day dialogue before staff and commissioners is encouraged. It fosters collegiality and morale, so long as it does not stray into the work-related inquiries or requests for work that would contravene the charter's non-interference clause or the policy guidelines. This approach ensures healthy communication and trust between staff and officials while respecting the proper channels for administrative duties. It is not new. Many people before you have been able to do this and your job while honoring the charter. Policy 6.8 does not stop commissioners from getting information to which they are entitled to perform their roles, and neither commissioner has stated this is a reason for their desired change. The policy explicitly states that does not impede legitimate oversight, policy direction, or the function of city commissioners, and the legal memo does this as well. It is fundamentally sound and fundamentally fair and legally sound. And let me be clear, if any commissioner requests information or data for policymaking, they will get it. My job is to facilitate those requests through the appropriate staff and to do so thoroughly and efficiently. And I never use this policy to deny information. I use it to manage information flowing properly and legally. Unfortunately, since taking office, there has been a pattern of such conduct not in alignment with the charter, as you have heard, because they disagree with the charter and its language. We've seen repeated instances of attempting to get information or action directly from staff while disparaging city leadership at the same time, and taken individually, they might seem harmless, but collectively, they amount to an undermining of the city manager's role and a breach of the city's charter's requirements. I believe Commissioner Petro is sincere when he says he wants transparency. But I must point out that true transparency is achieved when all commissioners and the public receive the same information at the same time, which is exactly what our current procedures ensure. What he calls transparency, unfortunately, would inadvertently lead to an unintended consequence involving private, undocumented conversations between commissioners and staff. That behavior is less transparent and invites miscommunication and accusations of favoritism. More importantly, until the charter and the laws are changed, the current charter and policies must remain in effect. Commissioner Petro, for his part, has very openly challenged our framework, and to his credit, he brought this important conversation to discuss in public with his colleagues on October 28th. In his view, the charter's language about giving orders doesn't cover everyday informal interactions. However, our internal and external legal counsel soundly rejects that interpretation. The legal memo emphasized, regardless of the form or example, commissioners must not circumvent their charter officers when dealing with staff. In other words, it doesn't matter whether you call it just talking or asking quick questions. If a commissioner is engaging staff members about city business, it should go through the proper channel, otherwise it is a charter violation. So during the conversation on October 28th, there were several things said regarding our workplace environment, and here are some things that I want to point out for our culture and engagement through our Human Resources Department that we actually provide to make sure that we do have a positive and healthy work environment. Not only do we have gatherings such as the annual Employment Appreciation Luncheon, we do the employee recognition for the veteran ceremonies, which is greatly appreciated. Our quarterly service awards show our team that we care about them. Our annual end of the year pizza party allows us to get together for fellowship. Our workplace mentoring program with Big Brothers and Big Sisters is a very positive program that helps those who want to grow to hopefully be somewhat similar in what roles we are and successful in this life. We also do the monthly welcome to new employees because we care about them onboarding and getting here and having a positive impact on our community. When it talks about the wellness and safety of our employees, we have an annual safety and wellness fair. Mental health is such a challenge for everywhere in this country. City of Northport, our employees are no different. We make sure that we reach out to them. The EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, is specifically designed to show those services of mental health and employee engagement when necessary. Our wellness programs, our health is our most important asset for all of us, and as we age, we know how more important that gets. The employee events, we want them to have fun, we want them to laugh and fellowship with each other as much as they can so that they know that life is more than just work. It is about the relationships that you create and are able to keep. In the healthy living programs, we always encourage people to be at their healthiest. So we also do employee training to make sure that we have a positive workplace. The emergency role training, we all know that during disasters, everyone has a role to play, and I'm thankful for those who put their own personal needs aside to help this city during emergency trainings, everyone. Progressive discipline training, we never want to just have someone separate from this organization immediately unless something has been done that we cannot and we do not have a different choice from. But we always want to train our people. Our goal is not to remove our people, it is to always train our people, and we continue to abide by that. Our annual mandatory training, the workplace harassment, that has been an issue for recent years in other places. We don't want it here. Our ethics, we will continue to make sure that we train on our ethics so that we follow the law and do things that we're supposed to do. And first report of injury, to make sure that we carry out our duties in a way that allows our employees to be protected if they do have an injury. Our DISC training allows us to make sure that we understand each other as people, our personalities, our different ways that we work, how we communicate, how we relate to each other. That's important when you have a team of our size. And community service training, we can never have enough of that because we service our community. All 95,000 people that reside in the city are our customers, and I'm glad that we take that seriously every single day. When you look at some of the things that happen, and I need to just take a pause here and talk about my personal commitment to you all as your city manager. I've served in public administration for nearly 30 years, and I've served here for 4 years, and I've been a credentialed manager for 3.5 years. I am the only current city manager that is credentialed in the county of Sarasota, Charlotte County, DeSoto County, Manatee County, and Hillsborough County. And I adhere to the Code of Ethics from ICMA, which demands integrity, fairness, and dedication to law. from all city managers. And one of the core tenets of that code is to make sure that we respect the structure of government and observe the law. That is plain and simple. There is no two ways around that. But I want to make this perfectly clear. I am never going to break the law or the charter, not for anyone and not for any reason. The charter is the supreme law of the city, and as city manager, I'm bound to uphold it just as the commissioners are. My duty is to implement the policies of the commission within the bounds of the charter and the applicable laws. If a directive or request ever conflicts with the higher laws, I must point it out, seek a lawful resolution. That is not an obstruction. That is literally me doing my job to ensure that the city government operates lawfully and ethically. I understand that our two newest commissioners are frustrated. They perhaps feel like I am being too rigid in enforcing this charter's limits, but I want to reassure our residents. I would rather lose my job than violate the charter or any law. My integrity and my oath come first. I cannot and will not be complicit in any action that breaches our charter's provisions, including the non-interference clause or any misuse or abuse of power. That is not an act of defiance against the commissioners. It is an act of service to the commission and the public. By insisting we follow the charter, I protect the commission's decisions from legal challenges and our city from liability. By saying no to interference, I'm saying yes to proper governance. And I do that with the full support from legal authorities and ethical standards. The legal opinion we obtain underscores that commissioners must remain within the charter-defined boundaries of their power. That's not my opinion, that is the law. The hostile work environment that we just went through is very offensive, and I hope that we all know and understand that that is not the culture that we have here, and we want to make sure that we move forward in a very positive manner. Now, I do need to apologize for my actions that I did, which I created controversy over a photograph that I made, including Commissioner Duval. He revealed at a meeting on September 23rd that I showed him his picture in my office with this photo on it containing the words, "Do not engage with this man," and stop and just walk away at the bottom. To provide context, I created the picture and didn't distribute it to anyone. It was intended as a lighthearted joke. And in a moment of frustration of nearly dealing with a year-long effort on my part to get the commissioners to stop proactively violating the charter, he and I laughed many times over that first year. He laughed at the photo with me, knowing it was a gesture that I continued to try and get him to stop breaking the rules in question. I was giving him the grace that I would have wanted in a new role instead of making a public issue about it and then filing formal complaints. He laughed about it, we laughed about it, and then Commissioner Duval laughed about it with his other fellow commissioners, that he was going to get t-shirts made. However, seeing it from Commissioner Duval's perspective on September 23rd, he was upset and emotional and felt that he was being disrespected by my actions. I now understand that it was anything but funny to him, and somewhere between the 3 weeks from the day that he saw the photo and the day that he publicly showed his displeasure, he had changed his mind. He has the right to change his mind. In my opinion, another option would have been to engage me in any of our weekly conversations to discuss the action. I would have immediately apologized. There was no way for me to apologize prior to September 23rd because I learned at the same time the public learned that he didn't like it. But regardless, let me say I sincerely apologize, Commissioner Duval. I'm truly sorry for having created and displayed that image. What was meant as a moment of office humor between us, in retrospect, was unprofessional. It was never my intention to disparage you in any way. But I recognize that regardless of intent, according to you, the effect was hurtful and disrespectful. I want everyone to know that I own that mistake. It is mine. I'm human just like everyone else. I make mistakes, and when I do, I apologize so that we can move on. To fully explain the context of why I created the picture, it came during a period of almost a year where he and I had not had one bad word between us. He had praised me and my professionalism and my ability to work with the commission to get things done. And I actually told him twice during the year that he was a pleasure to work with over that first year. So imagine my surprise when he displayed the picture and revealed that his feelings were hurt and that had not been previously expressed or communicated to me. That is not the proper chain of how I should find out that he doesn't like something that I do. If he would have told me, I would have apologized. But in the future, on my behalf, if future frustrations arrive with Commissioner Duval or any commissioner, instead of handling them with humor, I will handle them professionally through direct communication and proper channels and discussing it with the entire commission. The picture incident is an example of accountability. I messed up, I own it. I once again apologize, and now we move on. I do believe, however, that Commissioner Duval's handling of the photograph reflected a lack of candor. because we had shared numerous private conversations marked by mutual respect and humor with no indication of tension or discomfort. Yet later, he allowed a narrative to take public hold that he was disrespected and harassed, despite knowing that the photo in question was a lighthearted moment understood as such by everyone present. I am extremely grateful that the other commissioners witnessed that context, because without it, the situation could have been mischaracterized even further. Commissioner Duval himself has admitted that staff repeatedly told them that they can't answer questions because of our policies, meaning my staff had to remind him that they needed to loop in the city manager's office per the rules. Every time I hear that, I say thank you to our team. Thank you for following our policy. Thank you for being respectful of the law that we are all here to enforce. We don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to say, well, I like this law versus that law. We follow the laws. He's talked about, even recently, a few days after he was sworn in, that he walked around one of our public work facilities that wasn't open to the public in the area that he was in, and he would tell you that he was not the public, I believe he said on October 28th. On a separate day, he followed an employee in his car to an employee-only area and got out of his car and confronted an employee with questions. The employee resigned shortly thereafter, not solely due to that incident, but that was a factor, I was told. Commissioner Duval's own actions reveal a troubling inconsistency in his criticism of myself. On September 23rd, I had my annual evaluation, and he submitted his report. Yet nowhere in there did he mention he was feeling harassed, uncomfortable, or a hostile work environment. Only a month later, on October 28th, did Commissioner Duval publicly level accusations of harassment and a hostile work environment, and for the first time he ever voiced these complaints. This abrupt after-the-fact disclosure shows a lack of credibility, since all the items he complained about happened prior to the public evaluation. All the complaints of harassment and hostile work environment are fruit of the same tree. When you read them, they all have to do with me reacting to him not recognizing good governance and the difference between his role and mine and how we view the charter. Just yesterday, I was in a meeting with Commissioner Duval, and he restated that he didn't agree with the legal opinion about communicating with staff, and cited an example with our former human resource manager and said she was let go. And had I had a chance to talk to her, she still might be here. That particular employee's conclusion was based on her behavior as outlined as an independent third party did an investigation. How would he have helped her stay? Personnel decisions are part of my job description, not his. Commissioner Duval has made it clear he doesn't like the restrictions on his role and staff. He wants to do what I do, which is my job instead. As we focus on the future and the advancement of what we need to tackle, the more time we spend on distractions like this, we're not spending time on those challenges. I encourage all of us, my team, to make sure that we continue to use our energy and resources on serving public interest, but we are moving on. Now I need that back up. Sorry, yeah, thank you. That was a long way. Now as we move on November 25th, these are from the brochure that was used to hire me when I came back in 2021. And it talks about the challenges and opportunities from the city, from this role that needed to be dealt with. On November 25th of this year, the De-Annexation Initiative lawsuit result favored, yet again, the city of Northport. It is time to close the divisive chapter and focus our collective energy where it belongs, on the future of our growing city. We invite the West Villagers Group and all of our neighbors to join us in a renewed spirit of collaboration so we can work together on the opportunities and challenges ahead of the city of Northport. The ULDC, the Unified Land Development Code rewrite, was approved by the City Commission in August of 2024 and will help improve our commercial opportunities that will help reduce our tax need from our citizens. The Economic Development Initiative is something that we talk about every day. You saw a presentation on December the 1st, how we are aggressively out there engaging different businesses and opportunities for our city as we grow. The transition of county-operated parks in Northport. In fiscal year 21, following the June 30th, 2021 date termination of the 2006 interlocal agreement with Sarasota County, the city Northport Parks and Recreation Department successfully transitioned the maintenance and operation of 19 sports fields and courts and 2 specialty parks to the city's full responsibility. The department managed this expanded scope with a full-year transition budget of $1.36 million, demonstrating a cost efficiency compared to Sarasota County's previously reported budget of nearly $1.5 million. Concurrently, the department has achieved record-breaking attendance at both Formula Spring Parks, the Northport Aquatic Center, and was honored with several awards and accolades from professional associations in recognition of excellence in operations and service delivery. Rebuilding Northport's community brand. Now, I know that Commissioner Petro said he believed the word of our former city manager, but let's talk about why this was in there when I was hired. There's a significant inconsistency that has emerged in public discourse. And some of the individuals who speak now most forcefully about ethics and accountability were noticeably silent when documented ethical violations occurred under the previous city manager that was referenced earlier. And that double standard needs acknowledgement because it directly affects the credibility of the current accusations. According to this city manager brochure, Northport previously faced a serious ethical scandal involving a former city manager. He was investigated for misconduct, censured by the ICMA, and permanently banned from the organization for ethical violations. A comprehensive internal investigation confirmed an inappropriate relationship with a subordinate and substantial lapses in judgment, which raises another question. Where were these same outspoken voices then? Where was the social media campaign demanding the accountability for that wasteful expenditure of public funds? Where was the petition or the call for consequences for those who now express such deep concern? The same voices you hear now were here then. After the commission voted to reinstate him, there was no community-wide petition, no organized effort at our city events, no sustained public demand for removal. The selective outrage we see today simply was not present. This is what I mean by double standard. I have not been found guilty of any ethical violation ever in my entire life, let alone here in the city of Northport, by the State Ethics Commission, by ICMA, or by any official authority. Yet I have been the subject of repeated allegations, public attacks, and calls for termination. I am not naive to the fact that some people come to the table with predetermined biases, whether conscious or not. I felt them. At times, the attacks have leaned on racially coded descriptors and dog whistle cues designed to activate bias rather than promote honest dialogue. I have seen how assumptions are made more quickly, how intentions are questioned more readily, and how mistakes are assigned different weight depending on who is in the chair compared to others. If these concerns were truly rooted in principle rather than politics, then past misconduct of that magnitude should have drawn at least the same level of scrutiny as the assertions being made today. The point here is not to relitigate the past. The point is to put the current criticism in perspective. It appears to be very selective. It appears less driven by commitment to ethics and more by personal or political agendas before us. If the standard is zero tolerance for unethical behavior, which it should be, then all unethical behavior should be called out, period. As we talk about the utility and infrastructure investment and expansion, we have to go and look at what most recently happened, which is our partnership with SMH. Our community is so grateful for the full-service hospital that will be 9 floors and the largest structure in our community, costing over $500 million in the very near future. At this event, I saw the groundbreaking event for this particular hospital. I saw State Representative James Buchanan. He had 2 questions for me. He said, "How are you doing and how can I help you?" I said, "The EOC project." He said, "Is it funded?" I said, "Yes. There are rules that we have to follow to make sure that they can help us." And he said, "Okay, I will see what I can do." I also saw U.S. Representative Greg Steube at the same groundbreaking. We had shovels in our hand ready to throw dirt. And he said, "How long have you been here?" I said, 4 years. He said, "You're doing a great job. Let me know how I can help." I told him I saw where he had hurt himself in an accident last year, and I asked him, "Was he okay?" He said he was doing a lot better, and he thanked me for my concern. Are these not the types of conversations and relationships that the two commissioners should be having when they want to talk to someone as opposed to talk to staff? Those are the meaningful conversations that help uplift the city, bring much needed funding, and elevate the brand of our community. Those are the conversations we need you to go out there and do. Talk to other elected officials, those people who can aid us. We have a YMCA that's bringing an early learning academy to the corner of Price Boulevard on King Plastic property. They have already made an investment in our community with King Plastic. The YMCA is a former partner of ours who left our community years ago with a bad taste in their mouth. We need funding to help them, to help us. I've asked for those conversations to go to the county commissioners. Our county administrator and county commissioners support us greatly. They said several years ago that they would donate towards a new YMCA. We need you to go talk to your fellow county commissioners so that they can help us as we bring this asset to our community. Those are the conversations that we need to be having. And you look at these accomplishments that I just put up there, the ones that we still did not even put up there, Price Boulevard, Warm Mineral Springs, which we're working on that, the MP Squared program, where we're helping out nonprofits. Our bond rating, which is great, which we need because we need to be able to secure things to help take care of ourselves. The Natural Resource Division was created to make sure that we show the community that we cared about the environment. The Acela online permitting system to make sure that people who do business with us have an easier time to do business. The Northport University, we want to make sure that we get the goodness of our governance and our government out in the community so people know what we do and why we do it. Our police, who are quadruple Excelsior accredited, thank you. We want to support them. We know what they're going through. We know how hard their job is. But yet, the same people who want to do a petition are showing up at our police events who didn't support them when they actually needed them when we voted on it, and now are at the same event saying, "Come out so you can sign a petition with me," the person who didn't support them, and now want you to sign something that doesn't support the city at the same time. It just doesn't make sense. Our fire rescue ambulance accreditation, thank you guys for all that you do as well. Parks and Recs, gold medalists. We could talk about Parks and Recs awards. We'd be here all night. Healthcare, we are becoming a healthcare mecca, and we want to recognize that through our partners at HCA and Behavioral Health. That is critical for a community of our size that is growing, that is aging. And Hurricane Ian, we know that we will always continue to be recovering from Hurricane Ian. We were so blessed and fortunate that we did not have to go through a hurricane this year, which I believe was maybe the first time in at least maybe 10 years as we sat here. I've been here for 4 years, and it was by far the best hurricane season that I went through. But I know Stacy and her team were prepared, and we look forward to whatever challenge is going to happen next year. Whatever happens, we'll be there. Now I want to shift to something that truly matters, which is why we are here and whom we serve. I'm speaking now to our staff, our city staff, and all the public servants in this room and around the city, as well as the residents who rely on us. Despite the noise and the turmoil of recent events, I don't want any of us to lose sight of our core values, our core mission. We are here to make Northport a better place for everyone, and that means rising above personal conflicts and living out the values that define ethical public service. Let me remind everyone that our team displays our value and work every single day. These are the principles that I expect of myself and our team, and they are the antidote to the negativity we've been grappling with. Accountability, we take responsibility for our actions and decisions. When we make mistakes, we admit them and we correct them. We use taxpayer resources wisely, and we answer to the public for everything that we do. Integrity, we will tell the truth, follow the law, and do the right thing, even when no one is watching. Our ethical compass does not waver with political winds. Integrity is our North Star, keeping us honest and worthy of trust. Fairness, we treat everyone with impartiality and respect. Whether you're a commissioner, a staff member, a resident, you get a fair hearing and an equitable service. We do not play favorites, and we do not base decisions. We base our decisions on merits and facts, not on personal agendas. Innovation, we embrace new ideas and solutions. Instead of clinging to the way that it's always been, we look for better ways to serve. That means being open-minded, adaptive, forward-thinking, and those are our qualities that help our city progress. Kindness, we remember that behind every title and every role, we are all human beings. and we all make mistakes. We show compassion and understanding in our interactions. Even when we disagree, we strive to be civil and empathetic. A kind word can diffuse a tense situation. A respectful approach can build bridges. Service above self. This is probably the most important role of all. We put the community's needs above our own ego or convenience. Service above self means that we are here to work for a cause that is greater than ourselves, the well-being of our city and our neighbors. It's a reminder that public service is a public trust. Every decision we make should answer one fundamental question: does this serve the public good? And that is the hard truth. Our detractors don't share the same value system that we do, period. Most of them are not like us. We choose to wake up every day and be happy and to have pride in our community. Instead, they want to wake up, divide us, and share their misery with us. No, thank you. We will not let them do that. If we keep these values at the forefront, I'm confident that we can overcome any challenge. I am incredibly proud of all of you. Throughout all this turmoil, you have kept the city running smoothly. You exemplify these values daily. You often perform tasks that are thankless behind the scenes, that make a huge difference in our citizens' lives, and you do it all with excellence. Thank you all for embodying service above self and purpose over fear as we move on. To the residents of Northport, you are why we are here. You deserve a city government that operates with accountability, integrity, fairness, innovation, kindness, and service above self. That is the promise I still make to you. I will continue to strive for those ideals every day as your city manager. I ask that you continue to engage with us, attend meetings, ask questions, hold us accountable, but please get the facts and make sure you see through the noise. Your support and your informed involvement are what make Northport strong. Let us all move forward together today from this in a spirit of renewed cooperation and dedication and pride in our community. I, for one, am rolling up my sleeves and focusing on the work that you entrusted me to do. I am tending to the future, the work of serving the public. Let's continue to put service above self and keep the city of Northport moving forward in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting me say that. I know it was kind of short, and if you want me to say more, I don't want to say, but I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Langdon, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of comments on this subject, but I'm going to hold it for the next agenda item. But I do want to say our charter is pretty clear about the delineation of roles and responsibilities between the city manager and the city commission. And clearly, the city commission is responsible for developing a strategy for the city, passing laws, approving the budget, approving what outcomes we want to have to improve the quality of life of residents here in the city. When we approach staff to ask questions about city operations, other jobs, or what's going on in a particular project, we are clearly outside of our role as a city commissioner. Now, having said that, I have eyes and ears, and I move freely through the community, and I talk to a lot of people on a day-to-day and a weekly basis, and I form opinions about city operations. I have sometimes concerns, not often, but concerns about how we might be going about things. And anyone who has ever participated in one of my agenda briefings knows I am not shy about voicing my opinion on how we are doing operationally in this city. And in fact, I can remember one instance in which I clearly determined and shared that we had messed up in a way we handled something. Not my job. I don't bring it up here. I don't interfere at a staff level, but I know city manager can back me up when I say I am not shy about sharing my opinion at an operational level. And I know how staff will receive that, who hear it, the opinion of one commissioner about something she is not responsible for. But I would hope, given how I conduct myself and support the laws and the charter of this city, and how publicly I am a champion for this city, I support everything that we do. That is our job. I would hope that when I do share my opinion on certain topics, that staff would listen to me because they know where I'm coming from. And I would encourage every commissioner to consider our role and how important it is for our employees to be free to go about their day-to-day job, making life better for the residents and businesses of this city without interference from up here. And it's not what we think, it's the impact that we have on them. We're assuming that everybody who works for the city would welcome having conversations with us. I can tell you that is not true. It's simply not true. So I encourage all of us to step back. Let's follow the charter and the legal interpretations of that charter and get back to the business of delivering value to the people who live here and the businesses who conduct business here. Let's stop being distracted by things that we weren't elected for. We weren't elected to have this kind of controversy and public drama. Let's get back to city business.
Is that it?
I'm done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Commissioner Duvall, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Recently, our public works director stood right there in a public meeting, and I asked a question. And it wasn't a question that required an answer of, are we building something 10 stories or 5 stories, where maybe he didn't have the correct information, would give the wrong answer. I asked his opinion. We were talking about the transfer station and possible ways to fund it. And I just asked a public meeting, if it were up to him, what would be his opinion? And the city manager sat right there shaking his head. And our public works director got flustered, his face turned red, he kind of chuckled, because he was being directed not to answer the question. So Phil, I think maybe you might have missed that. Secondly, and this is the last thing I'll say, recently a former commissioner came to me and notified me of a situation that a citizen had notified her of. I wrote to our city manager, told him of the conversation, and I had no inkling of it. It was a strange one. I did not get a reply from the city manager. I had to go back to that former commissioner and say, I didn't hear. The former city commissioner, who's not in any controversy with the city manager, did get some sort of a reply. Thank you.
Commissioner Petro, your
Thank you,
turn.
Mayor. I have to respond to some of the statements that were made from the dais. First, it was, and I find it demeaning to hear that this is a distraction, and particularly, and I'm speaking for myself, that I'm being influenced by one individual or by the actions of that one individual. Let it be clear, we're talking about the petition. I've learned about the petition the same day the public learned, when it was posted on the Facebook. I have no correlation or any action in that matter. And the second is that this is undermining respect of our city charter officer or the city charter office. I have great respect for our city charter officers and the office. I respect the office. This has nothing to do with personal attacks or any of that nature. I just want to clarify that because, the statements are being brought back and will be referred to the ethics. Refer to ethics complaint for asking a question a city employee that does not give them direction or asking them to do anything or to do something. This is a laughing matter. If it would be filed as an ethic complaint after I speak to any city employee asking a question, what are we talking about? I mean, let it be logical. This is not. I perceive this as a threat. I do not accept it, and I do think it's not. I do believe it's not professional, at least, to say the least. Going back to the third-party opinion, the legal opinion emphasizes this phrase "deal with administrative services," which if I read the opinion, I'm 99% agree with the opinion, with the exception. But if we phrase the question differently, it's a matter of wording. If we phrase the question differently, asking for a third-party opinion, meaning if the city commissioners can ask questions about the city business, not give them directions, not tell them what to do, I think we would have got a different response. But I'm all for upholding the city charter, and that is not to make requests and not to give orders. And that is not to ask the city employees to do something and not to tell them to do something. But it's simply a different issue. And when we talk about to deal with administrative services, I don't want to deal with administrative services. I have no agenda. And let it be clear, I do not have a personal agenda or political agenda in this matter. I differentiate myself from Commissioner Duval's issue because his issue is between the city manager and the picture. My issue is I'm being told not to ask or converse with the city employees. I think it's absurd if you ask me. I'm not part of any. I told many times to the city manager on one-on-one meetings, I would be asking the same questions if it was, or anybody for that matter, if anybody would be in your chair. I have no biased perception, and I'm not looking for any promotion. If anything, I've been promoted already by being elected as a public official. Now my job is to be accountable to those people that elected me, and my job is to be accountable, and I want to have that information. When the information is controlled by one person, I mean, do you see any problem with that? I do. I grew up in that regime where the information was controlled and you could not ask any questions. And thank God that I'm not in that regime anymore. Now, I find it very, very strange that slowly but surely, at least locally and to some extent on the national level, we get into that, and not trying to be political, we get into that regime again, that I'm being prevented and I'm being told, Commissioner, you cannot talk to me. And I was shown this to my face. You cannot talk to me. What? I have no words. So I cannot go on and on because I would be repeating myself, but this has to stop, and I have long patience if it has to stop, if it has to be. Now, we keep referencing the law, if we don't follow the law. the charter does not prohibit the city commissioners from asking questions. It prohibits to dealing with administrative services, make requests, or to give orders. And I find it very ironic that we're talking about this. The charter is very clear as far as the delineation of the responsibilities of the city commission and the charter officers. Yes, it is clear about the administrative services and our legal policy-making process. That is us as the commission board. But I just want to say a few other things. That this is in the interest of the board, is to be able to ask questions the city staff. If other commissioners are against that, or against this transparency, I don't know what to derive from that or what conclusion to make. But there must be some reason or reasons to hide something. Now, I'm not commissioner or vice mayor. I'm not implying or suggesting anything. I'm just deriving the conclusion of this policy, if you will, that we cannot talk or converse with the city employees. Now, if we let it be clear, let's vote that we can talk to the city employees. What prohibits us from talking to the employees? I derive the conclusion that there must be some reason to hide something. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm just logically deriving to the conclusion that I hear. And we represent the city. We represent our constituents. We took an oath of office to uphold the charter, and I will uphold the charter. The charter does not prohibit the city commissioners from asking questions about city business. And I do not want to divulge too much into the information of this topic, because the next agenda item, like Vice Mayor said, we can cover many points in that agenda item. But I'm not in favor of adopting or making a law, if you will, and if we violate it, we're going to be referred to the Ethics Commission or ethic complaint. For what? For asking a question, a city employee? Now, personally, I will, and I am, abide by your policy, if you will, but never in my time as a commissioner, I have given orders or made any requests. And I never intended to. I repeat, I never intended, and I do not want to give orders. It's not my job. If you ask me, I want to do less than more as a city commissioner, right? It's the human nature. We tend to do less work. And I want to do my work. My job is to represent the taxpayers with unfiltered information if I want to get that information, unbiased information if I want to get that information, so I can make a logical conclusion, get my vote to be educated and well-informed. Now there's a chain of command. We always refer to the chain of command. We have to abide by the chain of command. The chain of command. I don't want to give any commands. I will abide by the chain of commands or command. But in my clear conscience, I just cannot. I'm not looking for any drama. I'll stay quiet if the board. But to me, it's apparent that there must be some reason why 3 of my fellow commissioners are against the other 2 commissioners that just want to ask questions. Nothing else, nothing more. There must be something, and it's up to the voters to remember this. But remember, I'm accountable not to the city commission. I'm not accountable to the city employees in that regard that they are voters. But I'm responsible to constituents, whether they agree with me or not. If they ask me, half of the stuff what's going on in the city, I don't even know. I've learned so many things of projects or conclusions. I've learned from other people. I find it embarrassing that Like, if I ask a question, director of development of services, say, hey, what's going on at that corner? It would be so beneficial for me to know what's going on at the corner. Now, every little question I have to go to the city manager and ask, hey, what's going on? He refers me back to that director because a lot of times he doesn't know the answer. But it would be so much convenient, so much cost-effective, so much efficient to ask me, hey, what's going on that corner of Price and Cranberry? Why did they clear 3 lots? Whose lots are those? Well, I can check whose lots are those myself, but I don't know what's going on. If it's a city business, if it's not a city business, I look like a fool in front of my constituents. Like, imagine you talking to your state representative, and you ask them, and they, I gotta check with my staff what's going on with that. I don't know the answer. This is embarrassing, to say the least. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Apparently you got a spark, Vice Mayor Langdon.
I have nothing to say.
Then why'd you put your name up?
I just took it off.
Okay. Yeah, since this queue is cleared, I'm gonna say a few things. The one thing, I've worked under 2 city managers on this commission. One was the former city manager Lear and city manager Fletcher. And it's been consistent throughout the 7 years that I've been here, and it's called respect. I always went to the city manager if I had to talk with staff, and it's the same with Jerome. I would go to either city manager and say, hey, I'd like to talk to Sandy about how they put the sand in the sand pits, or whatever the thing might be. And they would say, okay, yeah, go talk to Sandy, or can we get Sandy into this office and have a meeting with the 3 of us? It's respectful. It keeps the city manager in the loop when we are talking to staff, because it does create a conflict between staff and commission. And some of us, especially Phil, are a little bit older. When we get told stuff from staff, we could sort of forget what exactly they said to us, and then we come out and we give wrong information. What? Yeah, oh, glad you woke up. But seriously, it's a tool, and I fully respect following the charter. The policy was set in place. We've gotten opinions, legal opinions. I don't see any lawyer certificates up here on the dais, including myself. But when it's put out, you pay the taxpayers' money to get these opinions. Then if you don't take that opinion, why spend money? Seriously, we did it for a reason. And it's to come down and figure out what's right, how do we move on? And right now, we were tasked to come up and get an outside opinion, which we did. Unfortunately, there's a few commissioners up here that don't like that answer. What do? Do we go out, let's get another outside opinion until they're happy? It could take 10 opinions. It's nonsense. That's enough of that. But one thing I do want to clarify, and Commissioner Duvall, I would just like to have your attention for a moment, because out on Facebook out there with the creative writing and gaslighting that goes on this one particular site, it was brought up numerous times about this picture and about Commissioner Stokes and myself being involved with this picture. And I'm going to tell you the story on how I found out about the picture. I pulled into my parking spot. Commissioner Duvall and Commissioner Stokes were out there. They were joking back and forth, and I just said, hey, gentlemen, how you doing? And Commissioner Duvall come up and he goes, hey, did you see the poster? I go, what are you talking about? He goes, in the city manager's office. I go, I haven't been in the city manager's office since last week. No. He said, I made the naughty list. I go, okay, what? He showed me the picture. I go, wow, what did you do? Told me the story about he went into a department, was bringing cookies and stuff, which is a great gesture. And he just said, yeah, I think I'm gonna have a t-shirt made. And I, just being a smartass that I am, I said, well, you might wanna make more than just one if you're wearing it at City Hall. This way, you have a change of clothes. That was the conversation. That was it. That was the only conversation at that point when I found out about that picture. A few weeks later, maybe a month, I'm not sure, crossed paths with Commissioner Duvall, because I don't see him that often. I heard he was upset about the picture and stuff, so I went directly to him. I stopped him. I said, hey, Commissioner, if you felt like I disrespected you in any way, I'm sorry. I said, that wasn't my intention. You brought this up to me, you got my response. I said, if I did anything, and I said it multiple times, if I did anything wrong, I apologize. And before I walked away, Commissioner Duvall said, Pete, you're good. That's all I've ever had to do with that picture. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and Commissioner Duvall is right here to either confirm or deny that those conversations took place. I just wanted to clear it up that we weren't involved. It was a guy on the end. So that's all I have. I appreciate you listening. So, City Clerk, we ready for some public comment?
Sure am.
All right.
Debbie McDowell. After serving with 4 city managers, I can tell you as a commissioner, I learned so much from staff during the informal ride-alongs and volunteering with various departments. The quick conversations in passing were just as beneficial regardless if the chat had something to do with the city, family, or weather. It created connections and understanding that can't be accomplished on the dais. Yes, every city manager has its own management style, but it never included fear or ultimatums. I assure you no other city manager ever intimidated a commissioner or forbade an elected official to talk with staff until the past few years. It's disheartening to see staff's hesitation to even say hello to a commissioner compared to how it used to be. This new culture is far from the worn-out cliche. Community of unity. The community of unity has now become a culture of control. Commissioners should be weighing all sides from all perspectives, not just the one of the city manager presents. When staff and citizens contribute openly on the issues, the commission could avoid unintended consequences and create well-balanced policies. It's been proven a good policy outlives those who wrote the policy and those who voted on it. Within this new culture of control, why have a commission at all? I'm not sure if some of the commissioners have a true allegiance to the city manager or if there's quite fear of becoming his next victim. There are so many people outside City Hall who see what he's doing and quietly toe the line for fear of his reprisals. The culture of control has no benefit to anyone, not today or in the city's future. In person, I have John Rawlings.
So I'm listening to all this, including the last comment, Fred. What's ironic is rules. We're talking about rules. Why don't all of you just come down and take over right now while I'm talking and speak your minds? Why not just rush right down here, break all the rules, and just have your way right now? City Clerk wouldn't mind, right? Just break all the rules. Rules are meant to be followed. They're not being followed. The reason we're here today wasting taxpayer money isn't because of policy, it was because the policy wasn't being followed. Disrespect. I tend to agree with you on some things, but that's what dialogue does. Dialogue works around everything. The last comment, there is no dialogue. The other thing I'm going to point out, not one time have I heard from anyone that any of the managers can't handle this. Not once. David, you haven't talked about any management other than Jerome's on following anything, on following any structure. You are a brilliant man. You really are. I know your background. Did you break rules at your last job and just divert around doing whatever you wanted to do? I'm sure you did not. You stayed confined within the structure. When you had to change something, you went to the appropriate people and had it done. You're a super brilliant man. And I have a lot of respect for each and every one of you up here. This is so basic, it's not funny. And the person that just wrote all that has an agenda and has had it from day one. Day one. And you all know it. You too. You know she's got that agenda. And the group that she's with has the same agenda. Call it out. Don't be scared of it. Now, do I think you're entangled in it? No. Do I think you are, David? Yes. I think you're being guided and directed. And I need you to step up and be the leader I think you can be. But that's my opinion. And like you said, we all have opinions. I'm looking from the outside in, and I've gotten my time with you one-on-one. I like you. I don't have a problem with you. This is all BS. All of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morgan?
Frankly,
Hold on 1 second. The timer's, there we go.
Frankly, I've listened to so much and some of it just makes me sick to my stomach. I have demanded, I have said, I have begged for everyone in city office to study the history of Northport. Everyone to learn. Why don't you know that some lots are being emptied? Go find out. There's nothing stopping you as commissioners or as people. When I see a lot emptied, I find out. Chain of command does not destroy dialogue. Never did. It's easy to see the difference. Every single commissioner knew the chain of command, and it was easy to see, and that doesn't mean that we have to be afraid or controlled. The citizens of Northport and the employees of Northport do not feel controlled by our city manager. They like him. They respect him. He is the man who started, "You are not alone." He cares about the people. This is ridiculous. And yes, it is a personal agenda, and that is all it is. This can be worked out. I knew when they were against me. I had to distinguish between what was political and what was personal. And let me tell you something, personally it hurts. Personally, you kind of feel it is against you, but then you got to realize, no, it's not. And you can unify. The catharsis can happen here, the unification, because I became more determined by those that were against me to prove to them that I was here for the good of the people and I cared. And that man cares. He could step away and get a job for a lot more than we're paying him, but he cares about Northport. He sits in the back room for teen court. He cares about You Are Not Alone. He cares about the people. He will listen. There is no control and fear here. I'm sorry. I don't see it.
That's all, Mayor.
Thank you.
I had one.
Yes, Robin Samuelson, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. First off, I just want to say, I have nothing against anybody on this dais, including you, City Manager, and we've spoken about that. And I am not here to bash anybody. I'm strictly looking at the subject matter which was brought up as a citizen who has a voice to comment on a particular agenda item, period. I looked at the legal opinion of Nikki. I have nothing against that legal opinion. She is well-educated and to offer that opinion. I put a memo together which I sent to all of you, just on a different viewpoint from another interpretation. And I think that the problem lies within the vague wording. I don't think anybody up here has a problem with the structure of separation from commissioner and then the administration and the city manager running that. I really don't think that that's a problem here. I think the problem is the way it's worded and the way it's then interpreted is causing all this conflict. Because there's you can't go beyond this point, or you can't go beyond that point, because you know, you're gonna walk on an administrative, or that's not within your purview to do that. So I think the words that are being used, like deal with, open communication, if you take it out of context, or if you take those words literally, it's vague. It is open for interpretation. Every attorney has a legal opinion and a different interpretation, and then it goes to the judicial department, and then they make a ruling based upon the evidence brought forth before them, and then their interpretation of that evidence, and then they set precedents a lot of times on that. So if we don't fix the wording, I'm not saying get rid of the structure, that's fine, there always needs to be separation. But I think if we fix some of the wording, so it makes it unambiguous, so there's no mistake in here it is, black and white, you can't sway, then we won't have a problem. But there should be some form of open communication between a commission and a staff. Staff always has can say, I'm sorry, I don't know, I refer you to the city manager. What's preventing them from saying that? Nothing. But to put a line and draw it between a commissioner and an employee-staff interaction, to me, I think that's a mistake. It puts too much restraints and causes too much confusion. And that's what I've got to say about that. I can go on and on and on and cite the Buddy Hughes case, which she brought forth, because of the same situation. And as we grow as a city and we get new commissioners on this board, and you're going to be younger and younger and younger,
Thank you.
interpretations are going to vary.
Now that's all.
Now that's all. All right, I'm gonna request a motion.
I'll make it.
Okay,
I move to accept Ms. Day's analysis of the Northport City Charter, Section 5.02, and Administrative Personnel Policy 6.8 as presented.
we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Langdon. City Clerk, can you read it back, please?
To accept Ms. Day's review of the Northport City Charter, Section 5.02, and City of Northport Personnel Policy Manual, Section 6.8.
And that was seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that? Let's vote. And that passes 3-2 with Commissioner Petro and Commissioner Duvall dissenting. Anything to that, commissioners, on your dissension? Okay. That's it for this item. We're gonna take a 10-minute break and then come back and do the second one, and then we'll do lunch after that. We're back in session. Item B, 26-0181, discussion and possible action regarding tasking the Charter Review Advisory Board to review and provide recommendations regarding potentially revising Section 5.02 of the city charter through a referendum question to incorporate language regarding Commissioner communication with city staff. This was requested by Commissioner Petro, so I'm going to send it right over to Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be very concise and short. From the beginning, I was warned by the current city manager not to talk to staff and not to mention ask questions, but it was never my intention, and I repeat, it was never my intention to overstep the law. And the law is clear that the commissioners cannot give orders or make requests to the city employees. That is, to ask them to do something or tell them to do something. And it was never my intention to overstep his authority. Nevertheless, this issue arose, so I would like to propose a correction, and not correction, but a detailed insert, if you will, to amend the charter. And the first step is obviously to direct the Charter Review Board to look into this. And I'd just like to bring up the Punta Gorda's expert, the section from their charter. If we can have this on the screen, and I know it was attached as attachment, but I would like to go over what they have. Is it? Oh, I'm sorry. So I'll read. They have two sections, and no, they have a section that is broken down in two paragraphs, and the section is titled "With Interference with Administration." Paragraph A, and I'm going to read while it's going to be put up on the screen. The council or its members, same as commissioners, so they just call them council members, shall deal with the city officers and employees who are subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager solely through the city manager, and neither the council nor its members shall give orders to any such officer or employee, either publicly or privately. That is almost word for word that our city charter states in section 5.02. I mean, it's almost word for word. It's just different synonym. I mean, some of the words are exactly the same. So, but I want to concentrate on paragraph B. But before we read the paragraph B, I just want to have this question in your mind. If they didn't have, if we look at the section 2, paragraph A, compared to our section 5.02, which details the limitation, if you will, of communication, it's almost the same. But if we look at theirs and ours, and we don't have B, they just detailed how far they can go. So, and us saying that if we have the same thing, that means we are prohibited from talking to the city employees, and that's the law. This is the evidence that it's not. And if I made a motion to submit the formal request to Attorney General, they would be, I don't want to say laughing at us, but they would be saying, and if we send this along with that request, I don't think that motion would be passed. But at any rate, I just want to concentrate on section 2, paragraph B, and it reads, nothing in the foregoing, which is above, is to be construed to prohibit individual members, that is commissioners, council members, of the council from closely scrutinizing by personal observation and questions to city officers and employees, all aspects of city government operations, so as to obtain independent information to assist the members in the formulation of sound policies to be considered by the council. They got it right. They detailed and they did not prohibit, which if we look at ours does not prohibit, but it does not detail. So I just, whenever I hear we have to follow the law and you cannot talk to the city employees, that is not correct. This is the proof. If we look at theirs, otherwise they would be contradicting themselves, saying this is the first paragraph, you cannot, and then you can. You know what I'm saying? So if ours is missing this paragraph, that doesn't mean that our charter prohibits us from conversing with city employees. And they're going into that detail that they can scrutinize by closely scrutinizing. And when I hear this, no other government does this, no, I just reference the town of Surfside, a Sleepy Beach community that fired their own town manager for practically the same thing. His thing was even more outrageous, that he had some issues with the city employees and was not professional dealing with his employees. But that's not the issue. The issue is, again, I want to bring our focus to the issue, and the issue is we interpret the charter, that the charter prohibits us from asking questions, and that's the interpretation of some of my commissioners, but it's not the interpretation of the other commissioners. So what I'm proposing is to put it up to the voters. Let them decide. Let's start with the process. And I'm just open to see what my fellow commissioners, if they're gonna say this is not right, and it's a small town community. You know, at one point, our town was a small town community. And Punta Gorda, yes, it is much smaller, about a quarter of our size. But it doesn't mean that they're not doing the right thing. You know, this is just a perfect example of confirming that our charter does not forbid us from asking questions, talking to the city employees. It goes into more detail and it presents like it should: transparency, accountability, no political agenda, I repeat, no personal attacks. I'm not into that. My personality does not permit me to do that. I'm differently built, so I'm not into fights or anything. I just want for the future commission and future commissioners to have that ability to converse and let it be put out to the voters. But again, I have to warn, as I was warned and threatened, that I will be referenced to this ethics by asking a question. There are no basis or grounds in the charter, and the legal opinion is different agenda item, but it did not look into whether we as commissioners can ask questions or not to ask questions. But Punta Gorda got it right, so I'm really curious of what my fellow commissioners can share, and because this is the only time we could talk, I did not talk to any of them prior because of sunshine law. We follow the law, and I'm just curious what they have to say.
Is that it, sir?
Yes, for now. Thank you.
All right, well, leave that up there, please, real quick. All right, I'm gonna go first this time, because I'm not gonna get stuck at the end. So if we look at these paragraphs, this is what I see. And it says the council or its members shall deal with city officers and employees who are subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager solely through the city manager. And neither the council nor its members shall give orders to any such officer or employee, either publicly or privately. It's pretty straightforward. Now, what they did, in my opinion, on the second paragraph says nothing in the foregoing is to be construed to prohibit individual members of the council from closely scrutinizing by personal observation and questions to the city officers and employees all aspects of city government operations so as to obtain independent information to assist the members in the formulation of sound policies to be considered by the council. The way that I read it is that you still have to go through the city manager. It does not put a mute button on you to ask questions to staff. It's still in the respect guidelines to where you're going through the city manager with whatever problems you may have, and you may have it with, let's say, Public Works, to where you got Director Speaks or any of his employees with the city manager, and you have your conversations. Or the city manager could say, hey, I understand what you're looking for, go talk to Mr. Speaks, and that's the end of it. It still states that you solely go through the city manager. So if you say that they've got this right and then they defined it, it's still setting up that conversation through the city manager, and that's just my opinion. Go ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make clear that generally when you see contractual or statutory language or charter language that says nothing in the foregoing, what that indicates is an exception to a general rule. So how I read the Punta Gorda Charter is that the general rule is you can't do this, except that you can ask these questions based on the formulation of policy or whatever it is. The difference between Punta Gorda and the City of Northport's charter is that nothing in the foregoing, that exception to the general rule exists. So I think it will be the reverse of what Commissioner Petro said, is that it actually supports the legal opinion that was given that the commission is not supposed to ask staff business-related questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you repeat that, sir, in more plain terms?
When you see a charter provision,
No, in this specific example.
it's a specific example, or it could be in a contract or anywhere, and it begins with nothing in the foregoing, which is how paragraph B that you put up on the screen shows. What it shows is that that's an exception. I mean, it overrides something previously said. So if this exception if this paragraph existed in the Northport Charter, then it would support the argument that commissioners can speak with the city staff. Because it's not there, it supports the opposite.
Okay, so in short, you uphold my opinion, or if you will, or?
I don't think I am. I'm saying I have the opposite reading of what you're saying,
Okay.
which it doesn't support me.
Okay, Commissioner Langdon, you're next in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Everything that goes on here in Northport operates in a context. And one of the first things I did as a new city commissioner is I took advantage of training that was available through the Florida League of Cities regarding, one of the things they covered were the different forms of government that exist within the state of Florida. There are many different forms, and in some communities, legislative and administrative responsibilities are combined in the commission or the council, whatever term you want to use. But that's not the form we have. We have a council or commission manager form of government. And I just want to share with you some descriptions from the FLC, Florida League of Cities, the Florida Municipal Officials Manual. And here's what they say about the council manager form of government. This form parallels the organization of a business corporation. Voters, stockholders, elect the council, board of directors, including the mayor. Well, in our case, we have our own policy for that, which is legal. Different communities can establish different operating rules for how they work together. And then the body elects the chief administrator. The prevailing norms in the council or commission manager form of government are administrative competence and efficiency. Under the commission manager form, the manager is the chief administrative officer of the city. The manager supervises and coordinates departments, appoints and removes their directors, prepares the budget for the commission's consideration, and makes reports and recommendations to the council. All department heads report to the manager, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on to say, the manager, and through extension to his staff, is expected to abstain from any and all political involvement, that's us guys, abstain from any political involvement. At the same time, council members and other political leaders are expected to refrain from intruding on the manager's role as chief executive. Council members are expected to abstain from seeking to individually interfere in administrative matters. Now, our charter says we're not allowed to make requests of staff. Why is it so difficult to interpret that to be requests for information? Not our job to meddle in the operational details of the city. It's been said before, I've said it before. I have never had an issue talking to whomever I wanted to talk to in this city, but I do it through the proper channels. Period. I have never felt that I did not have access or did not receive information that allowed me to make a good decision up here on the dais. Now, you might not agree with my decision, but I had the information I needed to make a solid decision. So I would encourage my two fellow commissioners, if you've not taken advantage of some of that training, please do it. We don't operate in a vacuum here. We can establish our own norms. That's absolutely true. We can modify, if we choose to, our charter. We're able to pass laws, but we don't exist in a vacuum. So take the time, if you haven't, to get that kind of training and to compare us to other communities that might have a different policy. They might have a different form of government, and you can't compare us to them. And I'll also say parenthetically, I have a number of friends in Punta Gorda, and they complain to me all the time what a hot mess things are in Punta Gorda because of how they operate on a daily basis. So I know, Commissioner Petro, you're coming from a good place in this, and I totally support and respect that you brought this to the commission for a public conversation and to let members of our community to comment, and I applaud you for that. I feel compelled to say, Commissioner Duval, I believe you have a good heart. I know you are well-intentioned. I know that you take your responsibilities as a commissioner seriously, and I respect you for that. I remember one of the earliest comments you made when you became a commissioner is that you were your own man and you made your own decisions. But sir, respectfully, I have to say to you, and this is not something I would normally say in public, but y'all have made it public. I believe you are being manipulated. And other people, public commenters, have said there is another agenda operating here. I don't believe you share it, but before our city manager even got here, there were people working to discredit him. So we really need to think about that and call it for what it is. And Commissioner, I know you have a good heart and you have a lot of really good ideas, but please make sure you're being your own man and you're not being manipulated by an agenda that is destructive to this city. I don't believe that pertains to you, Commissioner Petro. I've said enough.
Commissioner Duvall.
Thank you, Mayor. All I have to say is, you know, I'm a senior too, and we have our senior moments. But I never remember saying I am my own man. I do remember Commissioner Stokes actually saying to me, "You are your own man." But as far as being manipulated, no, I just do not. You know, I do listen, you know, to pros and cons. You know, I try to pay attention. But it is true that no one manipulates me. The only manipulation that I have is in my conscience that says everything I'm trying to do is to benefit the citizens of this city that elected me. That's it.
That's it, sir? Okay. Commissioner Petro.
Yes, just a little bit to comment on, I was, with my interaction with the city manager, he told me if I don't like the current description of the charter, let's make change. So that's where I'm coming from. I want to make change. I want to make a change for the betterment of the city, not to advance my agenda, not to advance my views, not to promote myself. But I think this ultimately and eventually will benefit the city in greater and many, many ways. And we might not look at this the way it is now, but we have to be careful what we wish for, because, you know, after we pass on, we go and somebody else in the commission, you know, we have to make better for them as well. So and with that thought in mind, let's make some change, and let's put it up for the first step that is in the process for putting up for the referendum question. And if we don't have an appetite to do that, then I don't know what we can do. It just I've tried to make my change. I've tried to take initiative and to make a change. That's it.
Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, I'm on this item. I would want to crystallize the ask to the Charter Review Board. If it's to put together the language to change, we're not there. That's not their decision to make. That's our decision to make. But if what we want to do is ask them to look at this issue and to whether or not they feel this is an item that should change in our charter, and bring back some recommendations as to what they think, I'm sort of, you know, I don't find a big problem with that. What I do find a big problem with is two city commissioners who have said that they don't agree with the legal interpretation, so they're not going to follow the law as it's presently written. I'm okay with wanting to talk about and explore the possibilities of changing the charter. Hell, why wouldn't anybody be willing to talk about something that's constructive? But what I do have a problem with is anybody who's not going to follow the law as it is presently interpreted by our legal counsel. None of us are lawyers, and if we do not listen to our subject matter professionals, and our lawyers are subject matter professionals, we're making a big mistake. Nobody was threatening you, Commissioner Petrov. What I'm trying to caution you on is I would hate to see you have a future in this city, you make a contribution. I would not want some employee to file a case against you because they feel put upon. You don't realize it because your heart's pure, I get it. you don't mean any ill intent, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't received that way. Employees work for their supervisors, who in turn work for their supervisors and their bosses. Every big organization, and I appreciate not everybody has the benefit of having worked for large organizations where there is a chain of command. Again, I will say it, I've said it 100 times, I have never been denied access to information or staff. All I had to do was ask. If I didn't want Jerome there, I could say I'd really like to meet with somebody on their own. He doesn't lord over us. This 1,000 employees in our city are not living in fear of him. We have one of the best run cities around, if you ask me. And again, that's my opinion. But nobody's threatening anybody. I'm trying to caution you that you are walking a slippery slope here. And if I felt you didn't have the ability to have access to the information you need, hell, I don't know if you attend every single briefing and every single workshop and every single one-on-one, but my God, we have total access. All we have to do is follow a process to get it, and it's not a problem. If this is about, I don't trust Jerome Fletcher, he's a liar, he's a bad guy, he should be gone, say it, because that's what McDowell is saying, that's what she's saying, get rid of him. I didn't like him before he was here, I don't like him now. And anybody that stands alongside her or stands with them is saying that, and it is undermining to this city, okay? The reality is, we can talk about, should our charter say different things? I'm all for that. But when two present commissioners are saying, I'm not gonna follow the law no matter what, because I don't agree with it, I don't know what to do with that. Why waste the time to ask our charter review board to do anything when the reality is, if they come back and say, you know what, we kind of looked at this, and like this form of government, this is the way it works. What are you gonna say then? Well, now I don't agree with 4 lawyers and the charter review board, so I'm still not gonna follow these rules. So I need some commitment. Either follow the rules the way they are now, the way they've been interpreted, until such time as they change, or I'm not prepared really to want to support any furtherance of this subject. Because, again, we've wasted, well, I wouldn't call it waste. We've spent all morning long talking about a subject that is not really the people's business. The people's business is trying to run this city in the best way we can, do the best for the most, find a way to pay for all the infrastructure challenges we have. Instead, we are caught up in a drama made of one irate ex-commissioner who has done nothing for the past 4 years but try to get rid of this guy. And if it isn't obvious, I don't know where you've been, because it's obvious to thousands of people who never even bring stuff up about the city have said to me, what is her problem? Why is she doing this? And why is everybody buying in, or some people buying into this? It's just wrong. Show me where you're not getting what you need. If you tell me you don't trust the people, you don't trust senior management, you don't trust our senior staff, our city manager, you don't trust them, that's a problem. That's a big problem. But if you're saying, I don't have access, that's just not true. And it's misleading to say that. We are not a city that suppresses its citizens or its commissioners or its staff. We are about as open and transparent as you could possibly be. I mean, more so than almost anyone else. I mean, look at the school board, look at the county, look at the state. I mean, are you kidding me? And so, you know, with that, again, without some comfort level that you two are going to support the interpretation of the charter as it exists until such time as it finds its way to a ballot and citizens vote on this. This is years away, okay? I got to feel like y'all are going to follow the law as it's interpreted. If you're not, then I'm not playing this game. I'm not.
Is that it?
I yield.
Okay. Vice Mayor Langdon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have to agree, where does it stop? I have a really hard time burdening the Charter Review Board with something that, let's say they agree with our current interpretation and our legal interpretation. From what I'm hearing is 2 commissioners might very well reject their point of view. If they want to change it and recommend to us that we provide looser access between commissioner and staff, it needs to go out to referendum. City clerk, what does a referendum cost these days? Between $80,000 and $100,000.
If it goes on a general election, it doesn't cost us anything additional. If it goes on a special election, then it would be around $80,000, depending. Last year, it did not cost us that much.
2028.
Let's do general.
Yep. So I guess I have to concur with Commissioner Stokes.
Painful.
I'm not inclined to support the request unless I hear a commitment on the part of 2 commissioners that until our city charter may be changed, that you will abide by the legal interpretation and the majority of your board members. If you're not going to publicly make that commitment, then I'm not going to be supportive of sending this down to Charter Review for their review and recommendations.
Is that it? Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, I want to clear some misconception, if there is any, pertaining to my position. I never said that I will not follow the law. How many times I said I will follow the law? And when I was told numerous times at this agenda item discussion that I'm not willing to follow the law, that is not correct. Technically, it's not correct. Well, first of all, this is not the law yet. It's a legal opinion, which, you know, like I said, if we send it to the Attorney General for a formal request and their opinion, they might come back and say, yes, you can talk to the city employees without making requests or ask them to do anything. So it's very, you know, you look at this from one angle, I'm looking from the other angle. So I just want to be clear, publicly at least, do not say that I'm not willing to follow the law, because numerous times in the previous agenda discussion, I said I will follow the law. So with that in mind, I can continue about other thoughts that I have. About the commitment ask, I said it in previous agenda item discussion that I'm not going to bend the rule, if you will, the rule that is placed by the employee policy that directly affects the city commissioners. I'll just be quiet and probably not going to attend as many events with the city or, you know, all these extra curriculum, if you will, public appearances, like do the right thing. I felt I didn't come yesterday for the same reason that what can I talk? How's the weather? And I'm not saying that I'm being denied the information. I'm saying that, you know, to get independent view or just simple question. I find it very ironic that we're even talking about this item, you know. We should be allowed to converse with the city staff. You know, I'm being put below the average citizen in the city. Any citizen in the city can come to any city employee and ask anything they want. Now, me being a public official, I can't. I was told you cannot. I was told you cannot. I was testing how much can I go, how much can I go. By the way, I never overstepped the charter. Never asked, never told any employee to do anything for me or ask anything, make a request or ask them to do anything. So If I did not violate it then, I'm not planning to violate it in the future. But this issue has to be solved. I'm not going to be the first one. I'm not going to be the last one who brings this up. But I just find it very, very ironic that, you know, we're not wasting or tying up the taxpayers' money. This is the real issue we're talking about. This has to be solved. Many cities face the same issue. I just told you that this town of Surfside fired their city manager for exactly the same thing. And when you tell me no government, municipality faces this issue, that's not correct. I mean, there are many municipalities that allow the city or city commissioners or council members to converse with the city employees or town's employees. Many. I don't want to make the list, but if you ask for a commitment, I've been committed to follow that policy. I'm not going to create a drama. I'm not going to put the employees into an uncomfortable position, not because I make them uncomfortable, but because the policy makes them. If they talk to me and do not report, they can get fired. That's why they're not feeling comfortable talking to us. But if you want to stay this way, how are you? How's your family? Merry Christmas. I'm not going to be able to attend these declaration awards meetings and whatnot, all these extracurricular, because I'm being so shielded from conversation. I'm almost exhausted about talking about this subject. If there's no appetite to move to the review for the city charter review board, that's fine. But I'm on the record that I did ask that. So I have nothing to say. As a matter of fact, no personal feelings, but I'm really, really astonished, and that's the lack of description, because I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say. If you think that there's only one person that we can come for the information, which is fine as far as, you know, the chain of command, but if I want some, just like Commissioner Duval pointed out when he asked an opinion of the Director of Public Works, and the city manager prevented him. I mean, where's the transparency? I'm crying out loud. Where's transparency? Where's accountability? Where's all that? I'm not taking part in that, you know, whatever you call that, petition mass or unhappy minority. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about being as a public official. I guess I'm done. I want to make a motion, but
In due time, sir.
thank you.
Just 1 second, Commissioner Langdon. I'm glad in the end of your speech that you said that you were willing to follow the policy, because the policy is in place, the charter is in place, and that is our job at this time. And I'm just glad that you made sure that you stated the policy. But what befuddles me the most is when you say you can't come to all these extracurricular activities, these award ceremonies, this, that, and the other. So my question to you is the only thing on your mind is to talk to employees about business questions? You can't be cordial in an atmosphere to support the employees?
No, if I can respond. No, Mayor.
No, you can respond.
Yeah. No, it's just, you know, being very positive, encouraging, and that's it. I mean, it's fine to be part of those extracurricular activities, if you will. But the feeling of being there is so awkward, because any question, hey, how did you get to that promotion? What did you do extra? I mean, what was your path to do that? What's your passion? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I can't ask those questions. I shake the hand and I'm gone. I shake a hand and I'm gone. I mean,
those are personal questions, sir. You can ask those, but what you can't ask is just say, you know, hey, how do you train your canine? You know, I really want to know the basics on that. What are your secrets?
No, if I ask what is your aspiration to be in 10 years within the city, that is a city business. I'm not allowed.
No, it's a personal business.
within the city, well, you define it's personal, I define it as I abide by the policy.
You're asking them day-to-day operations. That's basically the city business. You ask them about future plans or whatever, those are their desires. They may make it, they may not make it. You just, apparently you just need to learn how to speak with individuals off of city business, that's all.
Yeah, one example would be, and I made that on the October 28th meeting, there was some concern about vaping. So if I approach deputy chief or chief, what is our vaping policy in city city property? That question, technically, I cannot ask that question. I have to go to the city manager, ask that question. He calls the deputy or chief. I mean, talking about efficiency, what if they the main accident, they are there, and I'm asking about vaping policy? I cannot ask them that question. I mean,
Maybe not on the spur of the moment, but you go, like in your one-on-ones, that you go and you say,
there you go.
City manager, I would like to ask about the vaping policy. And he'll probably say, yeah, next time you see Mr. Morales or the chief, just go ahead and ask him. Or he'll say, let me get you that paperwork, let me get it to you, I'll email it to you to where you have all the black and white in front of you. You're still getting that information.
And then we're all copied.
Yeah, but the problem is, I'm being put below the access of average citizen that, like I said, he can or she can come to any city employees, ask any questions.
She's not an elected official.
Yes, and I'm an elected official, I'm not.
And there's rules we must follow.
I follow the rules. And I've asked a couple questions. I was told not to ask questions, so I don't ask questions.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Commissioner Langdon. She's in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was really tempted to just turn off my light because I know your mind and your interpretation is not going to be changed. But I have to look at it from a practical point of view. As someone who's managed teams of people for over 20 years, there are a lot of times where people on my team had very good recommendations and suggestions for what we might do about a particular topic. But part of what senior management needs to do is to look at recommendations and a path forward when those recommendations are often competing with others for resources and outcomes. So if we run willy-nilly asking staff operational questions, what assurance do we have that the information is correct or has been sort of vetted in the light of other things that need to happen or limited resources or potential conflict with another? How are we to know that? So, and let's just say you bring that information to the commission. I wasn't privy to that conversation. I didn't have an opportunity to ask contextual questions so I could better understand where that employee is coming from or how that recommendation works in light of others. I just don't see what good can come from that. And based on some of your comments today and a comment you made in one of our earlier meetings, I get that you are suspicious or don't trust what you hear from official channels. And you might feel the need to query other folks in the organization to see if you can get an opposing view. I just don't see what good can come from that. How do you know that the opposing view is valid relative to all the other things that are going on in the city and other priorities that happens in the operational realm? But you know, at this point, it's just so clear to me that further conversation is not worth it. I'm really discouraged, because I will share with you, one of the things we share in common, I'm exhausted by this conversation as well. And I think it's self-serving and commission navel-gazing, and we have work to do for the benefit of this community. And I, for one, would like to get on with it. That's it, I'm done.
Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to say, Commissioner Petro, you know, I feel bad to hear you say that your response and reaction to this is to withdraw and to not go to extra, as you call them, extracurricular events. I mean, yesterday we honored a bunch of children who did the right thing, who when they saw a problem or they saw a neighbor or a fellow student in need, they stepped up. They epitomized what we all wish we could be all the time. To say that you're frustrated because of your supposed inability to gather information, you're going to exclude yourself even more than you already have is disconcerting. I don't mean to demean you for it. I just would urge you to think about what you said and how valuable to 95,000 citizens in this city this staff is, this organization is, what we do as a city. We're not just your average run-of-the-mill community anymore. We're a leader. We're nobody's redheaded stepchild. We are thought of in high regard by communities that have way more money than us, way more property value than us, but who realize that we're growing into our next incarnation. And the things that we do extracurricular as commissioners are in fact part of our resource and ability to understand what our citizens at large are saying, how they feel. I wouldn't comment on whether vocal voices are the majority or the minority. At times they are, at times they aren't. But there's a silent majority out there. They get up, raise their kids, go to the ball games, do whatever they got to do. Our ability to go out and meet them on their own ground, to interface with them, to be there for their events, to honor and celebrate their children and their families is part of our job in being good commissioners and good representatives. It's not just to represent the loudest voices. It's not even to represent sometimes our own personal opinions, but rather what is truly in the best interest of our city. So please don't do that. Consider it. You know, take advantage of every tool you've got. If you haven't been, take advantage of it, because it's there for all of us to make us better leaders and better representatives. But, you know, I get we bring our baggage with us. We come from backgrounds, we come from countries, we come from places where things are different, and it molds who we are. But in this country, public servants are that. They're here to serve the public. For the most part, their hearts are in the right place. They're trying to do the right things. There's no need for that level of suspicion and suspect. That comes from people who feel marginalized themselves, and they project that on everybody else. Just think about it, because we're here as a team to try to help our city move forward. And I believe this is a distraction. I do. I believe the issue is an issue, but it's just one issue. And it's certainly not the highest priority in this city in my book. And I hate to see it pull us apart, because it's definitely serving the interests of the chronic complainers out there who are just loving this controversy, because that's what they live for. Do you see them here? They're not here. They're busy playing quarterback, keyboard quarterback. They're at home already figuring out what they're going to say next to all of us. And they're going to attack me and they're going to attack Pete and every one of us here because that's what they do. That's who they are. But they are not Northport. They don't represent the majority of this city. Majority of the city are wonderful, hardworking people, get up every day trying to make ends meet. They expect their representatives to do their bloody jobs for them. They don't want to know what's going on in every single department. They don't want to understand how everything works. They just want their lives to be good. They want us to represent them. That is representative form of government. It's not a democracy. And it's not a socialist country we live in. It's a capitalist system where everybody's out for themselves, except those public servants who actually give of themselves to serve the public. That's what we're here for. And we make decisions in the best interest of the most people, knowing every bloody decision, there's a group of people that are going to be dead set against it. But we do it because we believe it's right, and we listen to all the people, and we work with our subject matter experts. With all due respect, an hourly employee does not have the insight and the perspective that a senior manager does or a city manager does. Nobody's preventing us from getting at anything. It just needs to be done in a proper format so it's under the sunshine, so we all benefit from the same information, and that nobody feels put upon or puts themselves in a position to be attacked. That I don't want to see, because I've seen too many people get attacked and hurt for something that they really didn't mean, because their intentions were pure, but they didn't follow the rules and the law, and they got themselves in a pickle over it. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Stokes. Well said.
Commissioner Petro.
I guess I'll conclude because we're going back and forth. Basically, I want to respond to a few things, but the real thing that I'm concerned with is we are a government entity, and we have to be transparent. And if I want unbiased, unfiltered, just regular information, regular day-to-day business information. By the way, I want to give a compliment to the city clerk. City clerk told that we can converse and ask whatever under her department, and I've only used once because I've asked some question about public information, public record request. It's not going to be a chaos, as somebody said, but the actual framework of the day-to-day operation that we, as a city commissioners, entitled to do, the job itself. It's just, Vice Mayor keeps saying, any corporation, any private entity. The problem is we're not a private entity. We are.
It's the FLC, it's not me.
Well, you reference, FLC doesn't say that we are prohibited as commissioners to ask questions. They don't say that. So the form of government that we are in this country is transparent, or at least has to be transparent. And I don't see that. As far as baggage and that formed me this way and I don't trust, I don't trust the government. Do you trust our federal government? Not on all levels. Certainly, they do whatever they want, right? But we, as voters, we try to do our due diligence and we see what's better for us. But saying that we have to trust the government and we have to close our eyes and do whatever the government tells us, I mean, that's where I came from. I don't want to go back to that form of government. But as far as the information being vetted and properly channeled to the city commissioners, I want unvetted information. If I want to ask an informal question, I want that as a city commissioner. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with transparency? But I guess we can go on and on. And I'm not an opposing view, and I didn't mean that I will not attend. I said I'll consider because it feels awkward. But yeah, what you wanted to hear, that will I follow the law, I'll follow the law. And I guess we have to wrap up this agenda item. But vetted and all that stuff, you know, because we transpolate our views and that how it should be in the government. That, you know, we looking maybe from our own individual view, where let it be transparent, let it be open, let it be. We're not going to burden the staff by asking one question. We're not going to tell them what to do. The charter forbids us to do that. The charter forbids us to make requests or ask them to do anything for the city commission, an individual. And again, I repeat again and again, I never violated that. And the city manager can concur to that or testify to that.
That it? City clerk, do we have any public comment?
Cheryl Cook. I strongly oppose allowing this language to move forward for consideration by any advisory board of non-elected volunteer citizens. This is not a minor clarification. It is a significant expansion of individual commissioner authority and carries operational, legal, and ethical risks that volunteer residents are not equipped to evaluate. First, the proposal alters relationships among the city's 3 charter officers, city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. The 2018 charter revisions intentionally created 3 independent administrative authorities. It did not give individual commissioners supervisory or an investigative authority over staff, legal personnel, or the clerk's public records functions. Sending this to a citizen board invites interpretations that conflict with the charter structure. Second, allowing individual commissioners to scrutinize staff across departments expose the city to risk, compromising attorney-client privilege, interfering with the clerk's statutory neutrality, creating conflicting directives that undermine the city manager, and pressuring staff inappropriately. Volunteer boards lack the training, resources, and legal background to assess these issues. Third, this language blurs the line between policy and administration. Commissioners set policy. They do not conduct investigations or intervene in daily operations. Unilateral authority to closely scrutinize employee risk, politicizing professional administration. Finally, submitting this to a volunteer board gives it unwarranted legitimacy. Decisions about administrative authority and staff oversight are matters of governance, not advisory housekeeping. Any change must be handled at the dais with legal review, public input, and accountability from elected officials, not outsourced to volunteers. For those reasons, I urge you to stop this item from moving forward to a citizen advisory board and reject the language in full. Thank you.
Was this former Commissioner Cheryl Cook?
Yes.
Oh, I just want a clarification. Sorry.
Well, the name says Cheryl Cook. I cannot confirm who that came from. Tamara Rem. I support the charter board reviewing the charter with regards to communication of commissioners with city employees. I believe that commissioners should be allowed to talk to employees directly to get information needed to determine how best to address items they are voting for for the city. If no communications are allowed without going through the city manager, then the city manager can totally control the narrative of what the commissioners hear. And no, that opens the city up to one single person deciding how things will be done. That, in my opinion, gives way too much power to the city manager position. In person, I have Robin San Vicente and Joan Morgan.
I think we've beat this to death.
I think we made shoes out of it, too.
But I think you have to respect Commissioner Duval's and Commissioner Petro's concerns and what they're trying to bring forth to the commission as a body. You can't just say it's not valid for A, B, C, and D. They have genuine concerns, and it could all be settled if you just put it to the Charter Advisory Board. In my mind, it's really just a clear interpretation of what's written, and you can clean it up with proper language so there'd be none of this discussion. If you want the policy to take the lead, then clean up the charter language, or vice versa. However you guys vote on it. But to put clear language in there is going to just take care of this whole thing. And it's not just for this board, it's for future boards as well, who have total different interpretations as this board. And it almost seems like you're chastising Commissioner Duval and Commissioner Petro and just beating it to death. They respect the charter. They're going to follow the charter because that's the way it's written, and that's what they're guided under. But they would like somebody to really look at the wording so it's a clear statement of what they can and cannot do without being totally setting a environment of uncomfortability. That's what's happening. To me, it's very simple. Just send it to the Charter Review Advisory Board. Just get other people's opinion, not just a legal opinion. You got my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but I had 10 years' experience in that field, and I gave you a whole nother interpretation. You have to consider it. What's the harm in doing that? This conversation could have been over 20 minutes ago if we just did that. Thank you.
Joan Morgan. I've been here 53 years, and I've never gone to any meeting, ribbon cutting, or any ceremony that I haven't come back home and had so many new opinions, so many great opportunities, even though some of them I didn't really want to go to, okay? But I learned things, okay? And to stay away, oh my gosh, that's not what your job is. I mean, why do you want to be a commissioner if you're going to stay away? That's ridiculous. I do believe that if I gave a history quiz or whatever to some of you, you wouldn't pass it, okay? And I'm sorry, you need to learn the history. Some of you know it, some of you don't know it, and you need to learn the history. If I see a lot that's been cleared, I don't sit there and go, oh, can't find out because, I'm a commissioner and I don't know. Hey, I'm a citizen. You Google it, you look it up, you find out, you ask questions. In 53 years, I have never felt, even as a commissioner or a non-commissioner or whatever, I never felt stymied. I never felt like I couldn't find out. I've never had a commissioner not be able to talk to me. And no rules were broken. I mean, there is a chain of command, and it's easy, and it's not hard to follow. It's easy around here. Love Northport. Be part of it. Charter reviews are going to change, and I have no problem with that. I mean, we always have to look at the charter. But how many of you have really read the charter? That's what I want to know. Okay, all right, okay? And really understand it and really realize the reasons for it. We are not a bad city. We have a great city manager. We have all of you that I do believe care. But we are not in some kind of controlled atmosphere. Guys, this is not hard. These people, these employees are not scared. We've got a good system here. We're the third boom city in the nation, for Pete's sake. We were sixth when city manager took over. Now we're third. Obviously, he's done something great. Obviously, we've all done something great. Look at, we're the ones they're looking at. And we're sitting here constantly talking about something like this. We are not controlled. We are not that bad. We're good, okay? And you'll always have a few non-contents, and we know who some of them are.
Thank you. That's all. All right. Be looking for a motion.
I have one. I move to task the Charter Review Advisory Board to review and provide recommendations regarding potentially revising Section 5.02 of the City Charter through a referendum question to incorporate language regarding commissioner communication with city staff.
I second that.
We have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Petro. City Clerk, can you read that back, please?
To task the Charter Review Advisory Board to review and provide recommendations regarding potentially revising Section 5.02 of the City Charter through a referendum question to incorporate language regarding commissioner communication with city staff.
And that was seconded by Commissioner Duval. Anything to that, Commissioners?
Yeah.
Commissioner Stokes?
Yeah, my only concern is it isn't asking the Charter Review Board to determine whether or not, in their opinions, any change should take place at all. It insinuates, the motion insinuates that commission is requesting Charter Review Board to put together language to change the charter to allow interaction between commission and staff. So, I mean, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I mean, the initial thing I would want to know is, does the Charter Review Board even think that there's something broken here that needs fixing? Or are they good with the charter the way it is? Have they looked at comparable charters? Have they looked at other cities? I mean, I am not supportive of asking them to put together language to change the charter, because I'm not convinced the charter needs changing yet. No one's convinced me of that, since, you know, I don't see something that's broken. I see commissioners who need to find their way, and then I see some outsiders who are doing the best they can to undermine. So I got a problem with this motion as it's written, unless it changes. I can't support this. Okay. It's a change.
Commissioner Duval, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I really hesitate to speak. But I spent 4 years on our Charter Review Board, and in my 4 years, I was the only member that stayed for two-year terms for the total 4 years. I don't have to wonder why that happened. For me, I carry a responsibility. I volunteered to do that, and I followed through with it. For a lot of other people, they thought they were not being listened to. What is the purpose of having a board, an advisory board, if nobody wants to have them look at something? And this is a problem that has been continuous. Just go back to the beginning of this meeting when the number of vacancies on advisory boards were announced. There's a reason for that. In my 4 years, not one recommendation that the Charter Review Board brought to the commission was accepted. And here we have a commission that's ready to say, like, gee, let's not even bring it to them. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Petro,
We can make an amendment to make it more specific.
we have a motion on the floor first, sir.
Yes, but in regards to what Commissioner Stokes said.
Can either make an amendment, or we can have this vote and then see where it goes and make another.
You want me to make an amendment now?
It's up to you. You have the floor.
To incorporate the language that would allow commissioners to ask questions of the city employees.
We have an amendment made by Commissioner Petrov, City Clerk. Can you replay that, please?
To incorporate language to allow commissioners to ask questions of city employees.
I'll second that.
And we have a second by Commissioner Duval. So we're gonna vote on the amendment first. And that fails 3-2. So it is not amended. We will go to the original motion and vote as the original motion was stated. Please vote. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. And that fails 3-2. Anything else? It's 11, or 1:11. Is 45 minutes long enough for lunch for staff, city manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll reconvene at 2 PM. And we will.
There's a place in Northport that invites you to slow down, to see, hear, and feel the world around you. Inside the Garden of Five Senses is Boundless Adventures, a playground where every child can play, no matter their abilities. Just beyond the playground, the Story Stroll turns a simple walk into an interactive adventure. Each step reveals a new page or activity, sparking imagination, curiosity, and conversation. It's a walk, a story, and an adventure, all in one beautiful setting. The Garden of Five Senses, Boundless Adventures, and the Story Stroll, where every visit is a story waiting to be discovered.
Residents may begin to see some changes taking place here at Fire Station 81 on Sumter Boulevard. And here to tell us more about it is Deputy Chief Nick Herlihy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Madison.
So tell us about what's going to be going on at Station 81 in the coming months.
So in a few weeks, we will see the station being torn down, and the crews that normally respond out of this station are moving into the temporary fire station, which you can see in the background, and our fire admin will be moving into City Hall.
So it's being torn down completely and being built back up, right? Not being retrofitted?
That's correct. The project started out as a remodel, and our design was more to just add a little bit of square footage. The building's not that old. It was built in '98, but after the hurricanes, we had to bring the building up to current code. Different codes existed in 1998, so that process led to a cheaper option, which was to tear down and rebuild.
Sure. So is there a general timeline for how long this project is going to take?
Yeah, so the teardown should start in December. So by the end of the year, it should be all flat ground. And then we're being told anywhere between 12 and 14 months before the new station is complete and ready for our crews to move back in.
Gotcha. Okay. So with a project like this, what does the cost look like and where are those funds coming from?
So the majority of the funding is through surtax. The total project is around $17.5 million.
So since a brand new building is being built, what kind of improvements can be made by taking that route?
So one of the biggest is we are a critical infrastructure building, so our crews are expected to respond as soon as the storm clears. The new building will be rated up to a Category 5 hurricane, and that meets the code for our wind load this far inland because we get a little bit less intense winds as we get away from the coast.
Sure, that makes sense. So we're coming up here on some beautiful trees.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me about the plan for these. Are some of them sticking around? What is your plan?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things we did very early in the project is we recognized that to the best that we could, we wanted to save as many trees as we could, but especially the mature oaks.
Sure.
They provide a lot of shade and they're beautiful and, you know, native to Florida. So we worked with the contractor to design the parking lot in a way that we could really maximize the ability to keep these trees. So a large amount of these more mature oaks that you see that were standing under the nice shade canopy, we were able to keep a lot of these trees. Some of the smaller oak trees and some of the older palm trees we won't be able to keep, but we worked with the city arborist to ensure that, you know, we did the best we could with how that design can be and found out that honestly some of the palm trees are at their end of life as is.
Got it. Okay, well that's great. I know a lot of the residents are going to really appreciate that as well. So to cap it off, service is staying the same. Everyone's getting the same level going forward.
Yeah, Madison, you're right. So the crews that normally operate out of this fire station are just going to be a little ways down the road in a temp station with a temporary apparatus bay. And all of our administrative staff from Fire Rescue are moving into City Hall, which is right down the street. And if you need anything from Fire Rescue, you can go in the front doors of City Hall, turn to your left where Economic Development just moved into, and you'll see a friendly face from Fire Rescue ready to help you out.
That's great, continuing to provide that exceptional customer service. So I really appreciate all the information, Chief. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
The city wakes before you do. Quiet work already in motion. Work continues, even after you've gone. The way forward, kept ready. Every step, every turn, prepared long before you arrive. When your day ends, others begin theirs. Every hour, every act, quietly connected.
Most of us don't think about how our city works. We drive on maintained roads, we call when there's an emergency, we assume someone's keeping it all running, and they are. Northport University gives residents a chance to step behind the scenes, to meet the people doing the work, to see how decisions are made, and to understand how we, as a community, can be part of it. It's not just about learning the facts. It's about learning where you fit in and how you could shape the city we call home.
The most surprising thing would probably be the opportunity to get tased, which is really cool, understanding how that feels. Would recommend for everyone, unless they have a heart condition. I think another thing would probably be how many people it takes to run everything.
Is how well all the departments work together and how well each of the departments know about other departments. So in the case of a big emergency, they already know what other departments are already supposed to do, and they all work together.
This is always a dance. There's always moving parts. There's always things that can impact a decision, whether it's state, local, federal, revenue. All these things come into play, and it's just amazing with all these things that how the city is impacted for the variety of things that can occur.
I feel more confident in the city, in the way it operates. I don't see wasteful spending. I see a lot of proactive thinking, way outside the box of what I thought a city does.
Well, I was already in love
with Northport. I think everyone knows that. I got to meet the people who work here, their love for the community, how hard it is to run a whole city, the intricacies of it, and the why. It answers so many questions about the why things are done their way they're done. So it empowers you to love where you live more and to get more involved.
And I think the important message here is the confidence that I really feel now of the people running each of these departments. You know, they are running multi-million-dollar businesses all separately, but coming together with tax dollars that come through. And that is by far not an easy task.
Departments that we've been to seem to have improved with the growth in the city. So the mere fact that we've grown such a major amount, the department heads have grown, the staff has grown, the offerings have grown, and the need for involvement from the residents has also grown.
I think Parks and Rec really showed up and did an amazing job. They had a bunch of staff people. They kind of brought us around, had different speakers. I think they take the prize for the best overall display.
Places that I didn't think I would enjoy as much, like I didn't think I'd enjoy Public Works as much as I did. I loved it. And it seemed to me that there were the more questions that were asked.
The Economic Development Council, I think that is just, again, it all points to live, work, and play within our community.
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding out there about really how these departments work, how the city really works. And I think by offering a class like this, you get such an exposure to so many different departments and meet so many different people, you can't help but want to be a part of it.
If you plan on living here and living amongst the community and understanding the growth and understanding what we need, definitely join the Northport University. You're going to be pleasantly surprised.
I would absolutely say do it, because you don't know until you know. And you can go online and you can read all these things, but a lot of it is the experience and sitting across from whether it's the chief of police, the chief of fire rescue, utilities, all these, administration, all these departments are absolutely, you meet the leaders, you can look into their eye and ask pertinent questions that are important to you, so you understand of where they're at, where they're going, what are their constraints, and how we can be, as residents, try and give them the resources they need to provide the services that we're asking them to provide.
I'm more in love with Northport than I've ever been.
Hey Brandon, what are you listening to?
Just listen to my CPR playlist.
What's on that?
Staying Alive.
I'm Zach, and this is Travis from Northport Fire Rescue.
And I'm Brandon, and this is Brett from the Northport Aquatic Center.
Did you know a lot of the songs that you listen to on a daily basis follow the beats of CPR? 100 to 120 beats per minute.
CPR saves lives.
Hey Northport, I'm here with Ryan from our engineering division in Public Works, and we're in an area that is experiencing some drainage concerns that were brought to us by some residents. So Ryan, what are some things you do when you get onto a scene like this to see what the issue may be?
First thing we do is we start at the bottom of the system, the outfall, how it connects into the canal. Then we start working our way up. We go through the cross drains, the culverts, the under drains, and we look at every way the water flows downward. And we look for blockages, sumped dirt pile up, and even sometimes could potentially collapsed culverts underneath. And you got to remember, you can't report your water being an issue until we have 72 hours of no rainfall. And let's say it rains on Tuesday, and a couple days go by, and on that second day it rains again, you got to restart your 72 hours. We have to spend time of our water inside the system in order to clean it and in order to slow it down. Otherwise, we're going to end up washing out our neighbors below us.
Absolutely. So tell us about what's happening here.
Right here, we have a rather large blockage inside the system. This is clearly a illegal dump of some sort, a tree, obviously, and this will slow down the water. If we could see on the north side of it, or north as in the upper part of the drainage way, it's full of water. But when we look at our footage from down below, it's dry. So this is a huge point of collecting water. These systems really fail sometimes with like a death by 1,000 cuts. You get a sump here, a collapsed culvert pipe, A blockage like this, and it slowly adds up.
That makes sense. So if anybody out there is seeing issues like this or experiencing it in your neighborhood, you're welcome to report it through our North Report system, which is at northportfl.gov/northreport, or you can give the Public Works customer service a call.
In Northport, families are finding more and more places built just for them.
We opened this past June. We are an indoor play center for children ages 0 to 7. We do open play sessions, birthday parties, special events, and classes here at the play center. For me, being a Northport resident, there was really not a whole lot in Northport for children besides the local parks. So it was super important for me to have something in the community to be able to offer to families with young children. You want to have that option to be able to still get out of the house with the kids, get their energy out, and not have to hike all the way up somewhere with traffic.
And you can just go to a spot near you and just make those special memories that are close to home.
Playtime Paradise isn't the only new spot making Playtime local.
Do the Beach is a immersive indoor adventure park. We are primarily an inflatable-based attraction. We have over 14 different ride attractions scattered throughout the park. With growing young families pouring into Northport and growing the city, we just knew there was such a need for families to have an outlet and some good entertainment, active entertainment for children. One of our core beliefs as a company is encouraging kids to get involved in active and social play, getting them away from their screens and using their imaginations.
From slides to inflatables, dance classes, birthday parties, Northport is growing, and so are the options for young families right here at home.
The community has welcomed us with open arms.
We are thrilled to be here.
It shows families that there's a place for them to grow as a young family in Northport.
While you're watching me run away from this hurricane, you could be signing up for emergency alerts. Sign up at alertsarasotacounty.com today!
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices in Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib. Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. You're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree, it's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot at here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staff, all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here. Duty calls.
Hello, my name is Jerome Fletcher, City Manager of the City of Northport. I'm at the Northport Aquatic Center. I'm on the job today. Let's go.
Nice to see you.
All right, thanks for having me today.
Of course, we're going to go through our opening checklist for this morning to make sure that the facility is safe and operational.
All right, sounds good. Let's do it. Before anything else, the team walks the entire area to make sure everything is clean and in good shape.
Our next part of our task is to make sure that our body of water is one, clear. The water must remain clean. We must identify any possible materials that shouldn't be in the water.
Then it was time to check the surge tanks.
As you can see the glistening of the water down there.
Right.
If the water is too deep and you hear a rushing of water, that means that this needs to be filled before we can begin operations for this.
Okay. It's part science, part intuition. At the Relaxahatchee River, Jesse showed me the digital checklist system, the Hydro app.
As soon as I click yes on this checklist, that let's say the water is clear,
right,
and I do not identify that the water is cloudy or any sense, that yes goes directly to my manager and lets them know that at this exact time, I checked that water to make sure it was safe and clear.
This technology being used at its best.
Oh, yeah.
Good job.
Now, our rotations, we have evolved to having our lifeguards into a more of a roving position. With the competition pool, we still maintain the chairs for the height eligibility. But here, we have to have a minimum of 5 lifeguards just to run this body of water.
Wow.
And we actually have a lifeguard positioned in our catch pool over there to help our guests that are coming out of the slides at a Barracuda Tarpon Twister.
I've seen that person there. Then Jesse brought up something that most people might not think about, pool skimming.
Pool skimming is the sounds of the water being properly flowed. So with those drains, all the water has to constantly filter throughout our pool at least 3 to 4 times a day. So not only is the water continuously being pumped in, continuously flowing out, being cleansed through our sand filters, then being pumped back into the pool. It's a very long process, but it makes sure that the water stays as clear as possible.
Then Jesse taught me about the zones.
It helps maintain that their body of water is theirs to protect anybody that's in their zone. So lifeguard Brandon right now is actually scanning Red 1 zone. So Red 1 zone is here, any part of this body of water that reaches, let's say, all the way from those stairs to the bulkhead and to the side of the corner. This entire zone is his right now. To make sure that they are staying healthy and hydrated, we do have a 30-minute rotation here for all of our lifeguards, and lifeguards are not meant to bypass more than 1 hour of continuous lifeguarding. So after every hour, the lifeguards must take either a visual break or an actual break.
After Jesse's walkthrough, I met up with Matt, one of the pool technicians responsible for keeping the water clean and safe every single day. He started by showing me how they test the water across the park.
We got comp pool, lazy river, kids pool.
Each sample is dropped in a small disc and loaded into a device, and in just seconds, it gives a full readout on the pool's chemistry. And before this little machine was created, this was more of a manual model?
Yeah, we a lot of people will use tailored tests, so it involves like little different chemicals. You would fill up a container and drop them in like a certain amount, and then basically it'll calculate from there what your pH and chlorine is.
And this is the daily task?
Yeah, this is what we do at the start of every day.
Inside the control room, he fired up the valves that get the entire water park up and running.
When we have everything going, the water level will be back up. But since we're not running everything in the moment, it'll drop it down a couple inches.
Next, he showed me the daily checklist for the park.
Then we have our chemical data sheets. So basically just making sure like at our comp pool, lazy river, kids pool are all where they need to be, anywhere between 2 parts per million or 10 parts. And then pH is somewhere between 7.2 and 7.8 for a healthy pool. There you go.
Then came the backwashing and wasting process, flushing the filters to keep the water flowing freely or removing excess water from the system to keep the water levels balanced.
And then it'll start coming out in this pit. Oh. So this whole pit will fill in about 3 minutes.
Really, over there?
Yep.
Next, we changed out one of the strainer baskets, which helped catch large debris before it can reach the pumps.
I'll trade you that one. Thank you. Then new one goes in just like that. And we usually let those dry out. I'll clean them later this week.
Before joining the team in Northport, Matt worked as a lifeguard in Charlotte County under Trish Sturgis, our Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation.
So I've known Trish a very long time, so that definitely was one of the influences of wanting to come work at the Aquatic Center. Had me go out for an AFO course recently, which is Aquatic Facility Operator course. Basically anything and everything relating to a facility like water chemistry, safety, rules, this and that. So I went there, I just passed that class, so it's a little bit of knowledge under my belt. It was definitely useful.
Well, Matt, we're grateful for your time and your experience and all you put into your career here. And congratulations on your certification, and you do an amazing job.
I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you for joining me today at the Northport Aquatic Center. It's a great facility. I want to thank Director Sandy Funheller, Assistant Director Trish Sturgis. I have learned so much amazing things today. I would like to say that the technical expertise that goes to keep the water safe as well as the people safe is an amazing combination. See you on the next job. Thanks for being here.
Hey, City of Northport. My name's Sandra Boudreau. I am with AECOM, and I'm representing the City of Northport on this glorious Price Boulevard project. We are here on Price Boulevard at the Blue Ridge Waterway, in which we are building the box culvert. As we've talked in the past, we're doing a double barrel box culvert here, and we are currently pouring the second wall of the structure. That wall's got to cure, the concrete has to cure, and then we can strip form. So it does take some time for the walls to cure and then for us to start building the top. After that, we're gonna build the earthwork and then the roadway. So at this point, we are currently early on in the process. If you want further updates, you're gonna go to the Price Boulevard webpage.
Hello, I'm Jerome Fletcher, City Manager of Northport. I'm on the job with the Solid Waste Division of Public Works. Let's go.
Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you. I love the duck. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That got passed down through a few coworkers, and then now it's ended up in this truck. So I was like, I want to keep it. So
well, maybe it's for the two-time driver of the year. How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you only been here for 2 years, right?
2.5 now, so.
Right. Recognition is nice, but what he really values is the simplicity of the work. Meet Cole Sigley, a solid waste driver for the city of Northport.
You can put me on the same truck and same route, leave me alone for 30 years, and it'll be done. You don't have to worry about it.
Right. It's very low stress. Let me do my job.
Yep.
I'll do it right. Come back tomorrow.
Yep. And then you go on to your next route, and then you just keep doing that, and then eventually the weekend comes. You enjoy the weekend, and get right back to it.
Right. That's how life should be. It's a career he planned for early on, right after high school.
I went and got my CDL after I graduated high school, and my goal is to get here eventually. So.
All right.
So I
sound like a man with a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate everything you guys do. He even shared a little bit about where he grew up, far from the Florida heat.
Because we're from West Virginia.
Okay. What part of West Virginia?
So it's north central. So like Clarksburg. It's about 40 minutes from Morgantown, which is where the university and the schools are and all that stuff.
I've been to Wheeling, West Virginia a couple times.
That's
up in the mountains.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, driving up those streets when the streets are like really narrow, and you gotta wind up those. I was like, oh my! And I was young. I was like 23.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this is gonna be a problem.
There are some of those mountain roads where it's just, we like to call them kiss your butt turns, where you're snaking through, and then you got to do that in the winter when it's icy on the roads.
I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it.
Now I'll take this over that up there.
Any day. And when the talk turns to hobbies, the trucks don't stop at work. In his spare time, it's all about monster trucks and RC cars. Nice little basketball court right there. My son would like that outside of our house.
Oh yeah.
That's nice.
Great place to run your little RC trucks too.
Right. Oh yeah.
I got a bunch of those. I like.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh man, do you have the gas powered ones?
I have the electric. I don't have the gas powered. I've seen them.
I just want like the ones that go fast. I mean, it can be electric or gas, but how fast can yours go?
I have a couple that can go 40 plus.
Oh yeah.
So they're the brushless motors. So
do you go race them somewhere, like on a track?
No, I just race around my yard. They're monster trucks, so you just take those things anywhere.
And they can jump over anything.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I rip them through the sand, the grass, I hit big jumps with them. I break them more than I do plate with them. You take a big jump, you're like, all right, let's do this, and then you land it, and it's like, boom, it's done. You just broke the wheel off.
But when the workday starts, the focus shifts to keeping the city running smoothly. Every collection has a plan, and behind the scenes, people like Mario Venditti, planner and scheduler for the city, help make sure it all runs like clockwork.
So basically, I will check them one by one.
Right. Do you really?
Oh yeah, I'll get out at every one and I'll check. I might take a section and do like 3 or 4 streets.
Right.
Okay,
but for the entire city?
Yeah. So here we have contamination, our first tote.
Right.
We have yard waste, which does not belong in there.
Right.
And we're going to end up tagging this, and they're not going to collect it because of that.
Okay. But as I'm familiar with, you write on there exactly what the problem is.
Yeah, I can check off. There's a spot for yard waste on there that doesn't belong in there, and I'll show you that.
The goal isn't punishment. It's education. Making sure residents know what belongs in the bin and what doesn't.
So here we have, these are, it's a recycling notice. It's not a violation, it's just a warning. It's just saying that, oops, you had something in here that didn't belong.
Right.
So I will date this, today's the 24th. And there's a spot on here, we noticed your recycle container that had something that didn't belong, and there's a spot for yard waste.
Right.
Any kind of branches, trees, plants, anything like that does not belong in there. It's not recyclable. The collection center won't take it. So basically, I just leave this notice on top of the lid like this. I leave it closed, like that. Yard waste, and that's it. And the driver knows not to collect this.
And if there's ever confusion, there's even an app that takes out the guesswork.
So the Recycle Coach app, it's easy. You just put in your street, your zip code, and it will notify you the day before on your phone. You get a notification and say, hey, tomorrow's your trash day, and you put the tan lid out.
Wow.
It'll give you notifications.
Okay, I like that.
So you can't mess it up.
I like that. From drivers to planners, each role shows the same thing: pride in their work and pride in serving the community.
I do the best I can for y'all.
Learned a lot today. Had a great experience with the gentleman from Solid Waste Division of Public Works. What I learned today was that we have a lot of programs I don't think citizens are aware of to take advantage of, whether it's cardboard collection, whether it's tote cleaning, or also just the fact that we have one gentleman, Mr. Mario, who goes out through the entire city making sure that we recycle properly. Please make sure that we recycle properly so that we can get the best, most efficient use of our solid waste throughout the entire city. It was great to be here today, and thank you for tuning in. See you on the next job.
There's a place in Northport that invites you to slow down, to see, hear, and feel the world around you. Inside the Garden of Five Senses is Boundless Adventures, a playground where every child can play, no matter their abilities. Just beyond the playground, the Story Stroll turns a simple walk into an interactive adventure. Each step reveals a new page or activity, sparking imagination, curiosity, and conversation. It's a walk, a story, and an adventure, all in one beautiful setting. The Garden of Five Senses, Boundless Adventures, and the Story Stroll, where every visit is a story waiting to be discovered.
Residents may begin to see some changes taking place here at Fire Station 81 on Sumter Boulevard. And here to tell us more about it is Deputy Chief Nick Herlihy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Madison.
So tell us about what's going to be going on at Station 81 in the coming months.
So in a few weeks, we will see the station being torn down, and the crews that normally respond out of this station are moving into the temporary fire station, which you can see in the background, and our fire admin will be moving into City Hall.
So it's being torn down completely and being built back up, right? Not being retrofitted?
That's correct. The project started out as a remodel, and our design was more to just add a little bit of square footage. The building's not that old. It was built in '98, but after the hurricanes, we had to bring the building up to current code. Different codes existed in 1998, so that process led to a cheaper option, which was to tear down and rebuild.
Sure. So is there a general timeline for how long this project is going to take?
Yeah, so the teardown should start in December. So by the end of the year, it should be all flat ground. And then we're being told anywhere between 12 and 14 months before the new station is complete and ready for our crews to move back in.
Gotcha. Okay. So with a project like this, what does the cost look like and where are those funds coming from?
So the majority of the funding is through surtax. The total project is around $17.5 million.
So since a brand new building is being built, what kind of improvements can be made by taking that route?
So one of the biggest is we are a critical infrastructure building, so our crews are expected to respond as soon as the storm clears. The new building will be rated up to a Category 5 hurricane, and that meets the code for our wind load this far inland because we get a little bit less intense winds as we get away from the coast.
Sure, that makes sense. So we're coming up here on some beautiful trees.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me about the plan for these. Are some of them sticking around? What is your plan?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things we did very early in the project is we recognized that to the best that we could, we wanted to save as many trees as we could, but especially the mature oaks.
Sure.
They provide a lot of shade and they're beautiful and, you know, native to Florida. So we worked with the contractor to design the parking lot in a way that we could really maximize the ability to keep these trees. So a large amount of these more mature oaks that you see that were standing under the nice shade canopy, we were able to keep a lot of these trees. Some of the smaller oak trees and some of the older palm trees we won't be able to keep, but we worked with the city arborist to ensure that, you know, we did the best we could with how that design can be and found out that honestly some of the palm trees are at their end of life as is.
Got it. Okay, well that's great. I know a lot of the residents are going to really appreciate that as well. So to cap it off, service is staying the same. Everyone's getting the same level going forward.
Yeah, Madison, you're right. So the crews that normally operate out of this fire station are just going to be a little ways down the road in a temp station with a temporary apparatus bay. And all of our administrative staff from Fire Rescue are moving into City Hall, which is right down the street. And if you need anything from Fire Rescue, you can go in the front doors of City Hall, turn to your left where Economic Development just moved into, and you'll see a friendly face from Fire Rescue ready to help you out.
That's great, continuing to provide that exceptional customer service. So I really appreciate all the information, Chief. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
The city wakes before you do. Quiet work already in motion. Work continues, even after you've gone. The way forward, kept ready. Every step, every turn, prepared long before you arrive. When your day ends, others begin theirs. Every hour, every act, quietly connected.
Most of us don't think about how our city works. We drive on maintained roads, we call when there's an emergency, we assume someone's keeping it all running, and they are. Northport University gives residents a chance to step behind the scenes, to meet the people doing the work, to see how decisions are made, and to understand how we, as a community, can be part of it. It's not just about learning the facts. It's about learning where you fit in and how you could shape the city we call home.
The most surprising thing would probably be the opportunity to get tased, which is really cool, understanding how that feels. Would recommend for everyone, unless they have a heart condition. I think another thing would probably be how many people it takes to run everything.
Is how well all the departments work together and how well each of the departments know about other departments. So in the case of a big emergency, they already know what other departments are already supposed to do, and they all work together.
This is always a dance. There's always moving parts. There's always things that can impact a decision, whether it's state, local, federal, revenue. All these things come into play, and it's just amazing all these things of how the city is impacted for the variety of things that can occur.
I feel more confident in the city, in the way it operates. I don't see wasteful spending. I see a lot of proactive thinking, way outside the box of what I thought a city does.
Well, I was already in love with Northport. I think everyone knows that. I got to meet the people who work here, their love for the community, how hard it is to run a whole city, the intricacies of it, and the why. It answers so many questions about the why things are done their way they're done. So it empowers you to love where you live more and to get more involved.
And I think the important message here is the confidence that I've really feel now of the people running each of these departments. You know, they are running multi-million-dollar businesses all separately, but coming together with tax dollars that come through. And that is by far not an easy task.
Departments that we've been to seem to have improved with the growth in the city. So the mere fact that we've grown such a major amount, the department heads have grown, the staff has grown, the offerings have grown, and the need for involvement from the residents has also grown.
I think Parks and Rec really showed up and did an amazing job. They had a bunch of staff people. They kind of brought us around, had different speakers. I think they take the prize for the best overall display.
Places that I didn't think I would enjoy as much, like I didn't think I'd enjoy Public Works as much as I did. I loved it. And it seemed to me that there were the more questions that were asked.
The Economic Development Council, I think that is just, again, it all points to live, work, and play within our community.
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding out there about really how these departments work, how the city really works. And I think by offering a class like this, you get such an exposure to so many different departments and meet so many different people, you can't help but want to be a part of it.
If you plan on living here and living amongst the community and understanding the growth and understanding what we need, definitely join the Northport University. You're going to be pleasantly surprised.
I would absolutely say do it, because you don't know until you know. And you can go online and you can read all these things, but a lot of it is the experience and sitting across from whether it's the chief of police, the chief of fire rescue, utilities, all these, administration, all these departments are absolutely, you meet the leaders. You can look into their eye and ask pertinent questions that are important to you, so you understand of where they're at, where they're going, what are their constraints, and how we can be, as residents, try and give them the resources they need to provide the services that we're asking them to provide.
I'm more in love with Northport than I've ever been.
Hey Brandon, what are you listening to?
Just listen to my CPR playlist.
What's on that?
Staying Alive.
I'm Zach, and this is Travis from Northport Fire Rescue.
And I'm Brandon, and this is Brett from the Northport Aquatic Center.
Did you know a lot of the songs that you listen to on a daily basis follow the beats of CPR? 100 to 120 beats per minute.
CPR saves lives.
Hey Northport, I'm here with Ryan from our engineering division in Public Works, and we're in an area that is experiencing some drainage concerns that were brought to us by some residents. So Ryan, what are some things you do when you get onto a scene like this to see what the issue may be?
First thing we do is we start at the bottom of the system, the outfall, how it connects into the canal. Then we start working our way up. We go through the cross drains, the culverts, the under drains, and we look at every way the water flows downward. And we look for blockages, sumped dirt pile up, and even sometimes could potentially collapsed culverts underneath. And you got to remember, you can't report your water being an issue until we have 72 hours of no rainfall. And let's say it rains on Tuesday, and a couple days go by, and on that second day it rains again, you got to restart your 72 hours. We have to spend time of our water inside the system in order to clean it and in order to slow it down. Otherwise, we're going to end up washing out our neighbors below us.
Absolutely. So tell us about what's happening here.
Right here, we have a rather large blockage inside the system. This is clearly a illegal dump of some sort, a tree, obviously, and this will slow down the water. If we could see on the north side of it, or north as in the upper part of the drainage way, it's full of water. But when we look at our footage from down below, it's dry. So this is a huge point of collecting water. These systems really fail sometimes with like a death by 1,000 cuts. You get a sump here, a collapsed culvert pipe, a blockage like this, and it slowly adds up.
That makes sense. So if anybody out there is seeing issues like this or experiencing it in your neighborhood, you're welcome to report it through our North Report system, which is at northportfl.gov/northreport, or you can give the Public Works customer service a call.
In Northport, families are finding more and more places built just for them. We opened this past June. We are an indoor play center for children ages 0 to 7. We do open play sessions, birthday parties, special events, and classes here at the Play Center. For me, being a Northport resident, there was really not a whole lot in Northport for children besides the local parks. So it was super important for me to have something in the community to be able to offer to families with young children. You want to have that option to be able to still get out of the house with the kids, get their energy out, and not have to hike all the way up somewhere with traffic.
And you can just go to a spot near you and just make those special memories that are close to home.
Playtime Paradise isn't the only new spot making Playtime local.
Do the Beach is a immersive indoor adventure park. We are primarily an inflatable-based attraction. We have over 14 different ride attractions scattered throughout the park. With growing young families pouring into Northport and growing the city, we just knew there was such a need for families to have an outlet and some good entertainment, active entertainment for children. One of our core beliefs as a company is encouraging kids to get involved in active and social play, getting them away from their screens and using their imaginations.
From slides to inflatables, dance classes, birthday parties, Northport is growing, and so are the options for young families right here at home.
The community has welcomed us with open arms.
We are thrilled to be here.
It shows families that there's a place for them to grow as a young family in Northport.
While you're watching me run away from this hurricane, you could be signing up for emergency alerts. Sign up at alertsarasotacounty.com today!
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events,
by Commissioner Langdon and seconded by, or Vice Mayor Langdon, sorry.
Takes a while.
And Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. My apologies, City Manager, I forgot all about that. So we'll be doing item E, 25-29, or 25-2920, discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of the Northport, Florida Parks and Recreation Master Plan Final Report. City Manager, this is your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will turn it over to Trish Sturgis, our Assistant Parks and Recs Director, to lead the conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope you all had a great lunch. Trish Sturgis for the record. So we brought back a little while ago that introduction, and we are now in the final stages. And GAI Consultants is here with us today. But just to let you know before that the Parks and Rec Advisory Board action item is also attached for their recommendation to Commission on behalf of this presentation. So I'd like to introduce Christy Caborn and Amy Zangotita to come on down and walk you guys through this.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having us back. We're really excited to be here at the culmination of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and give you the final presentation. My name is Kristen Caborn. I'm the Director of Parks and Public Spaces at GAI Consultants, and I have with me Amy Zangatita, who is one of our planning managers. So I'm going to run through the presentation. A lot of the front part of the presentation is a overcap of where we've been in the past. I'm going to go through that very quickly. A lot of it's the same content that was given the last time I was here to give a presentation, just to be cognizant of everybody's time. By all means, if there's any questions at the end, I'm more than happy to talk through any of it. So the overview and the parks today is the part that I'm going to go very quickly through. And then I'm going to get to the new stuff, which are the opportunities, the vision, and the toolkit for implementing the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. As Ms. Sturgis mentioned when she introduced us, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee has recommended adoption to City Commission for your consideration. Part of the reason why that's important is that the City Parks and Recreation Department is CAPRA accredited, and one of the requirements of CAPRA accreditation is to have an adopted Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So that's really essentially why we're here today. It also gives you leverage in applying for grants in the future because you have an adopted plan that's going to create the blueprint for future. Also want to mention that just because it's adopted doesn't mean that every single thing has to be followed to the letter. It is meant to be a guiding document and a vision for implementation into the future that provides a blueprint of priorities based on what we heard through the public input process of the plan. It is meant to be a living document, and we look forward to you all working with it and implementing it over the next 5 years for short-term and 10 years for the long-term recommendations. So one of the things that I wanted to start off by talking about is reminding everyone about the city strategy, which really we found to be quite influential in the Parks and Recreation master planning process, because what we heard from your public through the public input process really enforced what the city has talked about in their strategic plan, which is quality of life, environmental resilience and sustainability, smart growth management, as well as looking at your infrastructure and facilities and how they are going to move into the future. So we were able to reinforce that through the Parks and Recreation master planning process, and really helps to preserve the city of within a park character that you see in Northport that makes it very unique for your residents who live here every day. So the process, we did the overview of the parks today, which was looking and documenting the inventory of all of your parks. We talked to the public about the different opportunities. Your Parks and Recreation Department does a fantastic job of offering a huge diverse amount of programs and facilities to your public. So when we got to talk to the public about what they wanted to see moving into the future, there was a lot of compliments from the public on the availability of programs, the availability of facilities in the city. We also looked specifically at youth sports and how the growth in Northport is going to influence the demand in the future, as well as ecotourism. And all that culminates with the part of the presentation that is new from the last time I was here, which is the vision and toolkit for implementing the plan. So an overview of the park system to date, a couple things to call out on the map. The area over here on the west, this is primarily the Welland Park area. This is the heart of the city. You can see that the city has a lot of parks in the existing western part of the city, and then you've got 2 on the east side, and then some gaps, geographic gaps in the middle of the city, and that's part of what we use as we're moving through the planning process. Just a quick update on your parks. You've got 29 completed sites and 2 that are currently under development. That's Boca Chica and the Circle of Honor. And then one that's in the master planning phase, which is Italy Avenue Park. And I will dive into Italy deeper later on in the presentation. We had a specific focus on Italy Avenue through our public input process, so we could hear what people wanted to see at the newest park to come in the city. So all that breaks down to 3 community parks, 1 in the master planning phase. 8 neighborhood parks. Neighborhood parks are the type of parks that people walk to after school, after work, that are close to home. They're smaller in acreage. 13 special use facilities, plus 1 in development. 2 greenways, 1 open space property, and 2 conservation properties. So looking at the neighborhood park level service, this map, I'm just going to hit a couple of the highlights associated with it. Your residential areas are the yellow areas. So the darker yellow are existing rooftops in the city. This is where people are currently living. Where there are lighter yellows, these are areas of the city that are zoned for residential, but they have yet to be developed. So we take that into consideration when we are looking at neighborhood parks because we want to have parks where people actually live. So when you're looking at the service area of a neighborhood park in Northport, we have, we're showing kind of this turquoise blue service area, and that is about a half a mile or a 10-minute walk. So you can see that there's a lot of areas in the city of Northport currently that where people are living, where they don't have walk to half-mile service for neighborhood parks. When you move to community parks, these are larger parks. This service area is looking at a 3-mile radius. The idea is that community parks are larger and generally have facilities that people would expect to drive through. Your pool, your community centers, ball fields for games and tournaments. So you can see that you've got better coverage within 3 miles of each of the residential areas. And we'll talk about when we get to the recommendations at the end, what the impact is to fill some of those areas that are without parks within the driving distance and walking distance. So moving into visioning, this is where we got to talk to the public about what we wanted to do. We had different ways of talking to the public. We had a statistically valid survey, open link survey, a series of public workshops, and some focus groups, as well as working with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board through the process. So a summary of what we heard from the public, people really want to be able to walk to their parks. They want to be able to walk from their front doorsteps to their parks. They also wanted to be able to walk between parks. So connectivity and trails were very important. Accessibility and equity. This goes to the distribution of parks throughout the city. People really want to be able to get to them easily, as well as no matter where they live, they have equal access to the same types of facilities as their other Northport residents. Sun relief. This seems obvious. We live in Florida. Today is a beautiful day where people might not mind walking a little bit further to a park, but having the ability to get relief from the sun through shade. This could be natural shade, like addition of trees. It could also be shade pavilions, picnic areas, but then also longer park hours. This is something that is really important because this time of year, it's quite dark at 5:30 and 6 o'clock at night, and we want people to be able to recreate in their local neighborhood parks when it's dark at our nicest time of the year, which is certainly the months that we're in now through like March, April-ish. Programming and recreation amenities, looking at how additional unique and active recreation amenities can be created throughout the city, as well as additional programming. We heard specifically on a focus on senior-focused and nature-based programming was an area for improvement. And then finally, ecotourism, really capitalizing on the great access to nature that people have, not only currently within the city, but directly adjacent to the city, and the ability to offer additional marketing so more residents know what's available right in their backyard. So the programming needs and opportunities summarize to senior-focused activities, teen-focused, growing your science, technology, engineering, and math type focused programs, as well as additional nature-based. And part of being able to implement those additional programming is going to require additional space. And that's where the Italy Avenue Community Center, the future Italy Avenue Park, further on the east side of the city is going to play a critical role. We also did a youth sports demand analysis, and this was looking at the forecasted population growth along with the amount of reservations that you all are currently not able to accommodate based on the existing fields that you have. So about 19% of your family households are currently engaged in youth sports. In 2024, we're looking at an increase of about 3,300 new family households with children who will engage in organized sports. And then that would translate to facility expansion of 34 new sports-related facilities in about the next 20 years. So 19 sports courts. This translates to your pickleball, basketball, tennis. The highest unmet need that we heard about through the public input process was actually outdoor volleyball. But what those sport courts look like would depend on, as you're expanding your park system, what the neighbors around those parks would like to see. 8 diamond fields, those are the types of fields where softball, baseball could be played. Softball, just to note, was preferred over baseball. Part of the reason for that is a softball field has a skinned infield. That means that the infield is all made of clay. There's no grass, so the baselines are able to be flexible. So if you have smaller kids who are playing coach, pitch, or t-ball, you can pull the baseline in and not have the obstruction of grass. If it's starting to get up to a little bit older, you can push the baselines out. And then 7 rectangular fields, those are multi-use fields for things like soccer, football, lacrosse. Looking at ecotourism, on this map, the heavy black line is the current city limits of Northport. And I love this. I actually really love this because it's hard to create nature in a built-out community. And you all have a lot of nature here in Northport, especially given that this is primarily a residential community. These green areas might not all be under city ownership, which is totally fine. This is a lot of opportunity for your residents to be able to recreate and experience nature, whether it be walking, hiking, bird watching, anything like that. And then certainly some of these green areas and these ecotourism opportunities are within city property. So also looking adjacent, the entire, you've got a lot of green area that wraps around the entire north area of the city, as well as on your east and west side. A lot of opportunities for partnerships to provide programs and to market opportunities. And then what a lot of people would really hope for is to have 2 state parks within 10 miles of the city boundaries. So we recognize that 10-mile drive, if it's at 5 o'clock, might be challenging when you're leaving the city boundaries, but this is really a unique opportunity to experience some of Florida's best natural areas very close to the city. Note on this map, if you're looking at it, the reason why we have an irregular polygon around the city is we actually run these 10-mile distances from the actual shape of the city boundaries. So where we indent a little bit right here, it's because your city boundaries are indenting. So this is a true 10-mile radius on this map. Some of the other recommendations that came out of your ecotourism study that we dive into is using warm mineral springs. When the city took that over, it really offers a unique history, a unique Florida experience right here in Northport, but using that as a hub of environmental information for the city. And that ties to the last bullet, which is the new park sustainability manager. One person could make a very large difference in the ability to get the word out, to go out and talk with the state, talk to the ownership of the other natural areas, to expand your Grow Green with Parks initiative, to build programs, to build opportunities. The city doesn't have to do everything, but having the ability of a staff person to be able to focus on growing this program will really make a big difference. Beyond that, looking at strategic acquisitions of conservation lands. Again, we're not making more of it, so protecting wildlife habitat, including water quality, and supporting the recreational uses that are light touch recreation, such as bird walking, hiking, that type of thing. So what is the vision for Northport Parks and Recreation? This is where I'm really going to start to slow down because this is information that hadn't been presented publicly in a commission meeting yet. So part of the master plan and creating the vision is taking all of the public input that we heard and creating guiding principles. Guiding principles are a way to organize all of the information. We are very diligent through the public input process to make sure that we read every comment that comes through. And what we do with that is we group them into guiding principles that will be the framework for all of the recommendations. We want to make sure that everybody who took their personal time to participate in the process is heard, and that we are making sure that we're creating guiding principles that are meaningful moving forward. We also look at land acquisition and how we can fill those areas of the city that don't have a park within either a half-mile or a 3-mile radius. We've created some park type standards to get at the equity question that people wanted to have equal access to parks. And then we come up all of this, how much is it going to cost with a capital improvement plan? So the result in Northport is you have 5 guiding principles. Each one of them has recommendations specifically tied to it. That is providing for today. This is taking care of your residents that are currently living here, that currently are living, working, and playing in Northport. What are their needs, and bringing everybody who's currently here up to a level of service to be expected. Planning for the future. You have growth coming in Northport, so how is the Parks and Recreation Department keeping up with that growth? Enhancing overall user experiences, whether this be your programs or in your parks, connecting people to parks through trails and safe access, and then expanding access to nature. So looking at land acquisition, this is the same map that we were looking at earlier. Again, the dark yellow are where people currently live, and the lighter yellow are where you have zoned residential property. So expanding park access. We have prioritized this in the capital improvement plan. So we have, instead of just saying go out and find land in all of these areas, we've put together a strategy that prioritizes filling 1 mile gaps first. So after you've filled 1 mile gaps, going back and being able to fill half-mile gaps. And this really creates a map. We don't intentionally ever look at a center spot. This gives the city direction on areas of where to look for land, vacant land that might be available, looking at willing sellers. But the idea is that anywhere in these areas is going to help target and fill gaps. We're not looking at any specific parcels as part of that. That's really important. Looking at community parks, there's 4 identified areas with a 3 mile radius, including one in the Welland Park areas. And these community parks also serve neighborhood park needs. So in the recommendations, if you're fortunate enough to live within a half mile of a community park, you're going to be able to expect to see in the future your neighborhood park needs being taken care of in a community park. So just a couple quick notes on Welland Park. Welland Park has been a partner with the city on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and they were very helpful in helping us think through the area that's going to be Welland Park. It's a very different pattern of development from the rest of Northport. It's mixed use. You've got your commercial areas and your schools and your residential areas all combined. So it's looking at bringing in 22,000 more homes and about 60,000 new residents. So we wanted to make sure that as Welland Park is coming online, that these new residents' needs are going to be met. So the city already has the post-annexation agreement, which is 15 acres for sports facilities. What we have recommended as part of this process is to reallocate that as a 10-acre community park, as well as a 5-acre neighborhood park. And then in addition, a multi-use tournament complex to meet the needs from the youth sports demand analysis. So multi-use tournament complexes have typically an economic development part of them. In other words, you'll see teams traveling from around the area, around the region, to come and play games there, and in turn, they're eating lunch at the local restaurants and being able to contribute back to the community. So our Welland Park recommendation for the multi-use tournament complex is above the reallocation of their 15 acres from the post-annexation agreement. So next I'm going to talk about park type standards. We've created 2 different park type standards in Northport. It's important to note that not every neighborhood park is going to look exactly like this graphic. This is just for illustrative purposes to show the relationship of space and why we're recommending at least 2 acres. When you get smaller than 2 acres, you're going to sacrifice something, and the thing that's typically sacrificed is green space. And green space is one of the most important parts of a park, especially in a neighborhood park where people can just have room to stretch out. They can throw a disc around, or just hang out with their friends, lay out in the sun, read a book, just unprogrammed space that feels like there's areas for people to just enjoy the park. So obviously not every park is going to have water or be fortunate enough to be adjacent to water, but if there is, looking at water access. Some of the other things that I want to call out specifically are looking at safe crossings. So having sidewalks going to the park, as well as crosswalks to the park entrance, that helps reduce vehicle and pedestrian conflicts. Again, we're looking at people being able to walk to these parks, and part of that is having safe pedestrian areas. We are also accommodating with picnic areas, walking loops. Walking loops get back to that people really want to be able to get outside and walk for exercise. You can see on our walking loop here, we're showing trees along the way, again, tying back to the need for shade. Lighting when appropriate to create a unique user experience, playgrounds, and then of course, always accommodating ADA requirements. One of the notes that I want to make on these park equity standards is as you dive into each of the recommendations for each specific park, which I'm not going to go through this afternoon, all of your existing parks, if they're missing any of these components to have a basic baseline neighborhood park in Northport, we're recommending that you go back and add the components. So if there's not a playground, if there's not a walking trail, we do have recommendations for adding that. So no matter where you live in Northport, if you're going to your local neighborhood park, you can expect at least the same basic type of amenities to be provided. That doesn't mean that in the future, if you've got a larger acreage neighborhood park that's approaching 9 or 10 acres, that you might not have additional things in here. That ties back to creating unique user experiences. That's wonderful, but we want to have a baseline based on public input of what people really want to do in Northport at all of your neighborhood parks. So community park, this graphic is a little bit misleading because this is showing a very small community park, and it shows a quad of fields. Again, we've got the skinned infield here that we talked about. There's no grass on the infield. This allows for the flexible baseline, but we still have all of the neighborhood park amenities built into this. We've still got the walking trails, the play areas, the shade pavilions. Again, 10 acres is on the smaller side for a community park, so the ball fields take up a lot of room, but that's why we're suggesting a minimum of 10 acres, so you have room for other things besides the ball fields. So this also in a community park adds back in the lighted sports courts and the lighted fields, having some larger pavilions available for teams who might be, at halftime or after the game to have their juice and their oranges to be able to gather. We've also added in a restroom building. Restroom is not necessarily automatic in a neighborhood park. If it's an area where the neighborhood really would like to have a restroom, that's up to the city's consideration based on the neighborhood needs and demands. But in a community park, we are recommending it, obviously, because you're larger and you've got sports fields. So Italy Avenue Park, your new parkland that you have acquired on the eastern part of the city. Part of what we did with Italy Avenue Park is we had our public meetings, we sent out a postcard to everybody who lived within, I believe it was a mile of Italy Avenue to invite them specifically, come talk to us about their park, their new park development in their neighborhood. And what came out of that was what we call the program statement. And the program statement are the amenities that the public indicated they'd like to be able to have in the future park. And that included nature trails, a community center, rectangular youth fields, potentially synthetic, but rectangle, again, looks at soccer, football, and lacrosse, playground, dog park, and then support amenities like your parking and your picnic pavilions. So I'm going to zoom in on each section. So when you're coming in the San Mateo property, coming into the park and crossing in, we've cut this in half to make it more readable. So the left-hand side is the north part of the park, and the right-hand side is the south part of the park. So coming in, if you go around the roundabout and you go to the north side of the property, you're looking at a lot of your neighborhood park type amenities. We've got the walking trails. We've done a nice job of based on looking at the aerial of the site, as well as working with our biologist who was working with us on the ecotourism plan of interpreting just in the general area of where the existing wetland is on site, so we could preserve it. Now, with that said, once the park moves into design, tree survey, wetland lines, all of that, this is just concept level based on an aerial. Some of this may tweak a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that we're planning for really conserving the environmental features on the site. So keeping the existing wetland, there's a really nice tree canopy right in this area. So we've some walking trails through that, so you have the opportunity for a walk through nature. And then we're pulling in the other neighborhood park amenities. We've got the sports courts here, we're showing basketball. We've got a dog park, lots of pavilions, lots of walking areas. Then when you come through, if you take the roundabout and you go south, you would get to the new community center. Some nice open space associated with the community center. So if you're running summer camps, you've got room for the kids to run outside and be able to play around. We've got parking integrated, and then we've got the 4 rectangle fields that we talked about to help fill some of the youth sports demand needs. One thing that I forgot to mention is that we are showing a walking trail coming from the north part of the site, running along the canal that connects to Atwater Park. So we know people really want to be able to go between existing parks, and this provides a nice opportunity to connect Italy Avenue to Atwater, which is on the north side. So looking at the community center, when you break down all of the needs for the programming and all of the spaces and add in the storage and all of that, we're looking at about a 35,000 square foot building. And our architecture partner, Wanamaker Jensen Architects on this, did put together just a floor plan diagram that helped us with cost estimating for this project. So we're looking at a double gym with an elevated track for walking above it. We know people wanted to be able to walk in Northport. Nobody wants to walk in Florida in July and August, so this provides a nice air-conditioned opportunity to do some walking indoors, as well as the locker room storage. We've got great multi-purpose center space that can be used for parties, for rentals, for performances. We've got group fitness, little rock climbing area, a media lab, small cafe, restrooms and storage, maker space, and then a senior social area that could also be subdivided into additional rooms. So that's how the 35,000 square feet approximately breaks down for diagrammatic purposes. So all of this gets us to the capital improvement plan. Again, the capital improvement plan is a very large Excel spreadsheet that is appendix to the plan. We have broken everything down in short, mid, and long term. And the idea is that Parks and Recreation master plans have an interim update every 5 years. So after the short and midterm, go back to the public, you celebrate your accomplishments. What have you created that came as one of the short and midterm accomplishments from the last master plan? And then test these priorities. Anything that didn't get accomplished, are they still priorities? Where do they fall in short, mid, and long term? And then the long term, looking at, do we need to pull some of these forward based on what we're hearing from the public? So we do a really thoughtful job of making sure that we're splitting things up over years to, like for instance, Italy Avenue. When we dive into that a little bit more, you'll see that we move through the planning and design of that in one time frame, and then it moves into the construction. And by the time you open it, you are a few years out. So we try and organize things into that. So when we're looking at short term, what we've done is we've looked at park and facility improvements. These are your existing parks, and we have a breakdown at what each one of those in the spreadsheet are what each of these sites and how the recommendations are, both to bring them up to a park equity standard that we had talked about, the minimum service in Northport. And then we have other projects that are not necessarily tied to a specific site that you currently have, which is, for instance, a pavilion replacement plan, replacing all the pavilions throughout the entire city system. Sports court resurfacing and fencing replacement schedule, again, that's system-wide. And then bringing in the land acquisition. So looking at land acquisition, short, mid, and long-term, going back to the map and where the targeted areas are to fill some of your park gaps that you have right now, geographic gaps. So 2 community parks and 3 neighborhood parks. Looking at a system-wide trail map and signage associated with it, because people want to be able to get to their parks. So having that at the pedestrian level, and then a safe route to parks plan. So your short term over the next 2 fiscal years is $10 million. Midterm, again, list of park and facility enhancements. And this is where you start to see the park design and engineering coming in. That is having city center front green, as well as Italy Avenue Park moving into design and engineering. Permitting, all that stuff takes a little bit of time. And then your other projects continuing on with some of the ongoing system-wides, as well as some other land acquisition and looking at a trail master plan. So midterm, which is the 3 to 5 years, $26 million. And then long-term, this is 5 years plus. Again, this is the period of time where you would run a new interim update on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, celebrate your successes so far, and talk to the public about what the priorities still are. So we're now bringing in the park construction of the city center front green, as well as Italy Avenue Park and Warm Mineral Springs. and then continuing on with your other citywide projects as well as land acquisition. This is a larger number, and part of the reason why is because these are, Italy Avenue Park is quite expensive in and of itself to build with the new community center and all of that. So about $72 million on that. So part of the plan as we move into implementation is looking at funding sources, opportunities, and recommendations. So some of the options are alternative financing mechanisms like bonds, dedicated millage rates, looking at enhanced agreements, working with your developers, requiring land dedication as part of new developments coming in to fill some of these gaps for where you have park deserts in the city. Bringing in new residents, let's serve their park needs. Looking at impact fee structures, making sure that when you all get impact fees, that you're spending impact fees. That's very important to keeping up with growth. But you've got the recommendations now on how to fund some of the growth that's going to be coming into Northport as part of this for the expanded capacity required based on new residences coming in. Expanding user fees, looking at dynamic pricing, expanded programming, bundled memberships, that type of thing. And then expansion of interlocal agreements, continuing to work with your schools, the county, the state, to have opportunities for your residents to work cooperatively and go to parks and other facilities, other public facilities in the vicinity. As part of that, we work with RMPK Funding. They're a grant specialist here in Florida. There is a grant strategy that's part of the appendix to the plan. When you go through it, you can see they took this capital improvement plan and they compiled a list of all of the grants that the projects that were identified in the CIP would be eligible for. So it creates what we call grant stacking opportunities. And we have an example of one here for the city of Claremont that GAI, that we happen to work with RMPK on for Victory Point Park up in Central Florida, where through grant stacking, you can see the list of grants here where one grant is serving as the required match for another grant. So it minimizes the amount of matches that, in this case, Claremont was outlaying. And we were able to secure about $2.6 million in funding by utilizing this. So we have two specific projects, City Front Center Green and Italy Avenue, in the plan that have a grant stacking strategy in there that the city can start looking at an approach to working through those two projects. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was very good and thorough. I appreciated the one-on-one too when y'all gave it to us, and that was great. City Manager, you did hear the city center front green. That's where I got that information from. So just thought I'd let
Thank
you
you,
know.
sir, because we were wondering, but
I
thank
know.
you.
I didn't imagine it. It was part of this plan.
Thank you, sir.
All right, commissioners, questions, statements, comments? Anything? Okay, Barb. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I just really want to commend the planning team. This is an incredible plan, and I can hardly wait to see it start coming into fruition. A couple thoughts, and I think some members of staff have heard some of these before, but you pointed out the incredible number of conservation areas, not just within the city, but also surrounding the city. And I would love to see us work more closely with the owners of those properties to open those properties up more for ecotourism opportunities. Orange Hammock is the top of my list. That is a beautiful property. My understanding of its current usage is sort of informal hunting. I'd rather see some additional and other ecotourism opportunities in that property, because my belief is the best way to protect our environmental plan is to open it up appropriately for community usage, because then the desire to keep that when people really experience it, the community would fight any attempt to try to build a huge parking lot.
They fall in love with it. We want them to fall in love with it. Yes.
Exactly, exactly. One of the things I'm not sure about, I've been very involved in talking with staff in the community on economic development opportunities out there, and I know that we have dramatically expanded our Activity Center 6 and developed a new Activity Center 10. I believe that some of that rezoning has reduced the number of single-family homes, which, in my experience, tend to have more children in them than apartment buildings or condo buildings. So I just want to make sure, as we're programming or determining what kind of park facilities we have out east, that we're really clear on what the demographics of that growth is going to look like, so that we have the right number of playing fields, we have the right number of walking areas, et cetera, et cetera. I also want to make sure, because of the higher intensity development with activities 6 and 10, I want us to be thoughtful as we acquire properties, and I'm going to have the exact same request of our Natural Resources Division manager in this request also, is that we be sensitive to that area and make sure we have some relief from that intense development, and that we're positioning the right environmental areas and the right types of parks to support that type of development. I was very happy to see that sources of funding, that we will put the strong arm on our developers. I think that particularly our larger projects, our developers really need to play a part in having green space and parks as part of their development as appropriate. And I'll make the same request of Parks and Rec that I will make of our Natural Resources Division as we're developing our property acquisition plans for parks and environmental land, that we're doing that in a coordinated way, so that we're leveraging the investments of both parks and conservation. So again, thank you very much for a wonderful plan, particularly Italy Ave. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out. It sounds wonderful.
Commissioner Duvall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the, the one-on-one, as the Mayor had mentioned. As Commissioner Langdon just mentioned, Italy Avenue, where is that in like the timeline? That's a park that I can see people driving from the center of the city to get to. I'd like to see, we don't have the money to do everything all at once, but in priorities, I'd really like to see that put near the top.
Yep, so that is shown the midterm to start the design and engineering. It's the single largest project in your CIP. So it's 35,000 square feet of community center is a lot, is very expensive. So it's currently the way it is in the CIP is you start in midterm, but that's why this is meant to be a living and breathing document. If the city identifies the funding to bring it forward faster, I'm sure that the residents around there would be thrilled.
Yes, like I've said a number of times lately, SMH, the hospital, was the biggest thing to happen to Northport. This park can be one of the biggest stars. That's it.
Well, thank you, sir.
If I can just address real quick your about this park. We will bring back, I believe the city manager is bringing back all of the CIP in January sometime. to have that discussion citywide on projects. And so we would look for input on prioritizing, if that is the will of the commission, to prioritize Italy Avenue on the park project list.
And that's an unfunded CIP conversation that we sort of have talked about over the past few months.
Well, maybe it'll get some funding after we get done chatting.
I'm hopeful.
Nobody else? City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Sorry, I lied again.
Again?
Yes, again.
Get with it.
We only have one person that is not staff out in the audience, so how could you forget that?
Okay, I want to thank you too for the great presentation. Can you imagine doing that? Wow, I'd be tongue-tied. Okay, and it's great since this morning. All of your blood pressures went down just listening to this, didn't they? I mean, truly, what a great thing, because what do parks do? They unify us. And what do we need to do as a commission, as a city right now? We need to get back to unification big time after this morning, and this is great. Parks bring calmness. They achieve anything. Our slogan, man, oh man, do parks mean that. Parks make us happy. Parks keep us together. And we are so unbelievably, I don't even want anyone to know it, but we are so blessed to have the leadership that we have in our Parks and Recreation Department. And I don't want the others to know it because they'll be after them, because, I mean, we really do. Look at the festival. Look at all the happy people. Look at the parade. Look at the decorations out here. Something that's different. In my day, it was all tennis. Now it's pickleball. In my day, it was baseball. Now it's all soccer. But walking trails is definitely becoming more and more of a thing. We're all anxious to see the Circle of Honor, which is something that we worked for a long time. Warm Mineral Springs, I don't think any of us realize how important that is to the world. Okay? I think more people in the world know about Warm Mineral Springs than some people in Northport do. But that is a moneymaker, and it's not because downtown Northport supports it as much as the world does. And that is definitely an important park. The Aquatic Center, you're saying that the new recreation center might be a highlight. Well, hey, that aquatic center is now. And the leadership and the programs, and we don't know how many kids' lives we've saved by the swimming lessons. You have no idea, we'll never know. But we are saving lives from that. God bless our Parks and Rec, because let me tell you something, folks, that is the one thing we never, ever, ever, ever can do without. We need the Parks and Rec, okay, to keep our blood pressure down. Take care.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Is that it, City Clerk? Are you sure? Okay. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make it.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I move to approve the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Final Report as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Duval to approve the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Final Report as presented. That was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, Commissioners? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much, and thank you to the Northport residents for participating in the process.
Absolutely.
Happy holidays, everyone. Thank
Happy
you.
holidays.
You too.
All right, we're going back in time again here. Let me find my spot.
I get so confused when I do this.
All right. We're under item 6, public hearings, second reading, ordinance number 2025-34. Ms. Faust, you want to read this?
Ordinance number 2025-34, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget and capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 for additional funding for the Emergency Operations Center, Project F24EOC, in the amount of $1,685,105, providing for findings, providing for posting, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Commission, questions, discussions? Nobody? Do we have any public oh, there we go. I thought you had hit something. I'm sorry. It just didn't come up quick enough. Commissioner
Thank you,
Duval.
sir. Basically, this is a second reading. Pretty much we all agreed on it last time, and I really don't think that anything has changed too much, other than we're all a little bit older. So I say, let's get it on.
All right, any public comment, City Clerk? I'll entertain a motion, sir.
I'll make it.
Go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2025-34 as presented.
Second. We have a motion on the floor made by Vice Mayor Langdon to adopt ordinance number 2025-34 as presented and seconded by, I believe, Commissioner Stokes? Yes. Anything to that? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to ordinance number 2025-35. City Clerk?
Ordinance number 2025-35, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending water and wastewater capacity fees, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, section 78-30, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second reading. There were no edits or changes from the first reading, so we recommend that you adopt ordinance number 2025-35 as presented. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Commissioners? Commissioner Duvall.
In regards to this, ditto to the last one. I'm ready to move on.
Okay. City Clerk, any public comment?
There's not.
Okay, you sure?
I'm positive.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make it.
Okay.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2025-35 as presented.
Second. I have a motion on the floor to adopt ordinance number 2025-35 as presented, made by Commissioner Duvall, seconded by Commissioner Stokes. Anything to that? If not, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to Resolution 2025-R-87. City Clerk, can you read this, please?
Resolution number 2025-R-87, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, electing the use of the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments for more than 1 year levied on certain real property in the City of Northport, Florida, to fund costs incurred by the city each year in providing municipal services related to the abatement of nuisance conditions as contemplated by Chapter 42 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, which services may include but are not limited to eliminating excessive growth of grass and nuisance weeds on developed lots and removal of hazardous trees and accumulation of debris on any lot, stating a need for such levy, providing for the mailing of this resolution, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This agenda item will be led by our Development Services Director, Ms. Elena Ray. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. So we have talked several times over the last year about code enforcement and the issues that we have with abatement, lack of funding, difficulty collecting liens. Historically, our lien collection has only been about 30%. We have a significant amount of money sitting out there in liens from costs that the city has incurred in contractor fees, administrative costs. I did work with our previous city attorney to get with outside counsel to talk with them. We initiated a legal request through them based on our conversations with the commission about an unimproved lot program. And we talked through that. The outside legal counsel did some research. We hit a little bit of a snag because Northport's unique, we all know. And because of our pre-platted nature, where we have so much land and so many lots that are not in close proximity to developed lots, we would not be able to assess everything the same. So there would have to be tiers created, and it would require a study to be done for a special assessment. That process is lengthy, it's costly. We estimate that it would cost probably a couple of $100,000 to get that going, and it would take some time. We'd have to go through the RFP process and get that done. The outside attorney did suggest a method for us to recover a lot of our costs, administrative and hard contractor costs, and that's through the special assessment lien program, the uniform method of collection going through the tax collector. We have a huge number of liens, somewhere in the neighborhood of almost 1,300 outstanding liens for code enforcement. That's a lot. It's a huge number. To give you an idea, to put that into perspective, we could pay about 7 or 8 years of all operating costs for code enforcement with the money that is outstanding in liens. Currently, we have no proactive method that we use to collect those liens. Through the special collection method, we can't take all of the liens back all from as old as we have them, but we can take the last 3 years to a special assessment roll and forward those to the tax collector, and they are then put on the next year's tax bill. If they don't pay it, it goes to a tax lien or tax bill foreclosure, just like any other tax bill. Over the last 3 years, we have about $3 million in outstanding liens. That's over 3 years worth of operating expenses for our code enforcement division. And that's when we're fully staffed and are actually using all of our personnel costs. So being able to collect liens in a proactive method like this would be a real benefit for collecting those hard costs. These aren't just imaginary costs. These are costs that the city has paid out of the general fund to mow grass, pick up debris, take down hazardous trees, those types of things. We are also going to be meeting with the city attorney's office. They reached out to me just this week about some other methods that we could perhaps use to collect liens besides just this, primarily our older liens. As I said, doing this through the uniform method, we can only go back a certain number of years, but we have a lot of liens that are 10 years old, and they're literally just sitting there. Some of these homes have been abandoned. People are still paying taxes, the tax bill that comes out every year, but the house itself is abandoned. We have dozens of homes where we have repeated liens for mowing every year. I mean, we're mowing multiple times a year. We have homes where we have roofs caving in. The owners have abandoned the house. They're not taking care of it, but they've just left it there, and they're continuing to pay the taxes. So this would be a way for us to recover some of that general fund money. The commission, of course, since it is general fund, it's unrestricted. It could go towards code enforcement, or it could go to any other priority that the commission has. But it is general fund money that was spent for these properties. There is a requirement that if we want to use this method for the next year, so for next November's tax bill, this resolution, which is simply a notification that we plan to use it, this resolution has to be approved by December 31st of this year. There will be, in order for us to actually use it, there will be an accompanying ordinance that will come to you. We were going to put it on today's agenda, but due to the length of today's agenda, we decided to move that to January. We can adopt that ordinance at any time. It doesn't have to be at the same time this is adopted. But that will be coming to you for first reading. We've got it set up for January. And I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, first off, I want to say bless you for not adding that today. Questions, commission? Anything?
I have a couple questions.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. quite a while ago.
Oh, he beat you, Commissioner
I'm
Stokes.
so sorry, Commissioner. Go ahead.
I can't even say age before beauty. I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Lane, because I know we have talked long and hard about what to do about these unimproved lots and all the rest, and this seems to be a very logical way to do it, and, get us a good chunk of money if we can come up with some, ways of going after the old, so much the better, and, that should certainly beat success in all the lot owners and some of the other ideas we had, but, like everything else we do, it's a process. Hopefully, we've got to a point where we've got a good resolution to this, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor?
He sort of stole my
Okay, we'll move
thunder.
on.
I'm much
Okay.
more comfortable with figuring out a way to collect on what's already owed to us than trying to figure out an equitable way of assessing properties, and some are being maintained and some aren't. What a mess. So I also will be very interested in ways of collecting on those older liens. So TBD, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? City Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is not.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make it.
Go ahead.
I move to adopt Resolution 2025-R-87 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Stokes to adopt resolution number 2025-R-87 as presented, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, Commissioners? If not, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to Resolution 2025-R-88. City Clerk.
Resolution number 2025-R-88, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, adopted as a curative law to ratify, validate, and confirm the approval of the Master Services Agreement by and between the City of Northport Police Department and Hotwire Communications Ltd., Hotwire, for Hotwire television and internet services for the Northport Police Department, PD3, located at 19955 Prado Boulevard, Venice, Florida, 34293, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for ratification, validation, and confirmation of prior actions, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for retroactive application, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is for ratification of the Master Services Agreement with the Northport Police Department from February 7, 2022. It will be ratified, validated, and confirmed. This will be applied retroactively to the date of execution. We ask that you choose option 1, which is to approve resolution number 2025-R-88 as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything to this?
I have one question.
I'll hit the cue.
You're such a stickler. How do I get hot wire at my house?
Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Are you serious?
That's it. That's all I have.
Okay. Anything else? I'll entertain a motion, or public comment?
There is none.
I could have predicted it.
I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-88 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Duvall to adopt resolution number 25-R-88 as presented, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, Commissioners? If not, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Item C, 25-2534, discussion and possible action regarding the agreement between Hotwire Communications LD and the city, LTD, and the city of Northport, Florida for internet and cable services to Welland Park subdivision for 3 years in the amount of $15,008.04. Mr. Fletcher, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Northport Police Department negotiated a new master services agreement with Hotwire Communications to deliver Hotwire internet and television services to the Northport Police Department PD3 with a revised expiration date of January 20th, 2026 for a 36-month term in the amount of $15,008.04. We recommend that you choose option 1, which is approve the new master services agreement between the City of Northport, Florida, on behalf of the Northport Police Department and Hotwire Communications Ltd. Hotwire for Hotwire Internet and Television Services for the Northport Police Department, PD3, located at 19955 Prado Boulevard in Venice, Florida, 34293, with a revised expiration date of January 30th, 2026, for a 36-month term in the amount of $15,008.04. We are happy to answer any questions you have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duvall, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. For Commissioner Langdon, with the right amount of money, anything's possible.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
All righty then. Oh.
Yeah, just
Yep.
one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stokes.
All right, just one question. Is there really any, just for the public understanding, is there really any other internet service that is available?
Julie Belia, our Assistant City Manager, may have that answer. If not.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Assistant City Manager, yes. And actually, the police department, they have 2 for redundancy. There's others available in the Welland Park area besides Hotwire.
I mean, I know that Hotwire covers the vast majority of Welland Park. All of
That's correct.
Downtown Welland Park, almost, as far as I know, every community in West Villages, or a lot of them anyway. I know the bigger ones it does. So that's why I was curious. And I personally believe they're the best service out there. That's my personal opinion. I've had them all, and I think Hotwire does a great job, so I'm kind of pleased with it. I think that'll be a good service, and their customer service is excellent, too.
Yes, sir. For the Welland Park developments, the developer works with Hotwire, so that's the one that has been made available to all the other developments. For example, the police and fire, we have other for redundancy, but the developer chose Hotwire to be their provider.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? If not, I will use a motion.
I'll make it. I'll move to approve item 25-2534 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Stokes to approve item number 25-2534 as presented with a toss-up second, and I will give that to Commissioner Duvall. So, anything to that? If not, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. Oh, now we're going to 25-2655. Discussion and possible action on City of Northport land acquisition program utilizing the Environmental Protection Fund. Mr. Fletcher, this is your item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have members from our team from the Natural Resource Division to lead us through a presentation today. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chanel Bosch, Environmental Planner with Natural Resources for the record. All right. Today I'll be presenting a proposal to use the Environmental Protection Fund for a strategic land acquisition project that protects flood-prone ecologically significant areas within Northport. These investments not only strengthen our environmental stewardship and long-term resilience, but also directly supports the city's rebranding initiative. By reinforcing the community's strong identity around natural beauty, sustainability, and environmental responsibility, this approach aligns with the values our residents consistently express: and helps position Northport as a forward-thinking, conservation-minded community. The goal of today is to outline the basis of the land acquisition strategy that will use environmental protection funds to conserve areas of high ecological value. These acquisitions will help mitigate flooding, preserve water quality, help protect the city's natural assets while supporting safe and responsible growth. As Northport continues to grow, our natural systems are under increasing pressure. We've all seen flooding in residential neighborhoods after heavy rains, and much of this happens because natural floodplains and wetlands are being filled and fragmented. Preserving key parcels can help store floodwater, protect homes, and save the city millions in future stormwater and infrastructure costs. Environmental protection is not just about preservation. It's also about smart economics. Natural lands provide free stormwater management, reduce flood damage, and improve our water quality. These benefits save taxpayer dollars, millions, and increase property values. Additionally, this program could help Northport qualify for FEMA's CRS points, thereby lowering flood insurance policy rates citywide. On the map above, you'll see our zones of interest. These zones are primarily composed of floodplains, wetlands, critical habitat corridors, and natural areas. By focusing acquisitions within these clusters, the city can maximize ecological benefit, strengthen regional connectivity, and create conservation corridors that work with rather than against development. It's important to note that parcel IDs are not being shared at this stage due to the sensitivity of the information. Withholding identifying details protects the city's ability to pursue fair market value negotiations and allows staff to approach property owners respectfully and strategically to gauge their willingness to participate in our program. Additionally, the parcels included in this preliminary list were identified through a GIS-based ecological evaluation, and visual assessments were conducted by public right-of-ways, as staff did not have interior access during this initial review. As we move forward, each parcel will be required to complete a comprehensive environmental assessment to confirm their ecological value, their feasibility and long-term management considerations before acquisition steps are taken. When we protect land, we're also protecting people and property. Permanent conservation helps store stormwater, filters runoff, and maintains habitat for species such as the gopher tortoise, wading birds, and scrub jays. It also protects the clean water that supports our city. These same lands can also provide educational and passive recreation opportunities for our residents. The Environmental Protection Fund is specifically designed for projects like this. We are requesting to allocate $2.5 million towards our land acquisition program. We can also leverage matching funds from agencies such as the Southwest Florida Water Management District, the Florida Forever Program, and local land trusts, effectively doubling or tripling the city's investment. It's also worth noting that we have funding allocated for this fiscal year for invasive species removal around the city. Our approach emphasizes fairness and transparency. We would only work with willing sellers, ensuring no eminent domain actions. Parcels will be prioritized based on measurable ecological benefits, such as floodplain function, water quality, and habitat value. We will also seek partnerships to share costs and management responsibilities. On the screen above, you'll see a snapshot of our scorecard and the categories used to grade each parcel. Each property under consideration was evaluated using a standardized ecological scorecard guideline. Scoring ranged from 0 to 3, with 0 having no ecological or economic value, and 3 representing the highest potential environmental benefit. This system allows us to compare parcels consistently and prioritize acquisitions that will have the greatest long-term value to the community. The evaluation criteria included categories such as gopher tortoise habitat, scrub jay habitat, heritage oak presence, overall plant coverage, watershed impact, floodplain impact, and neighborhood green space need. The end composite score fell within 0 to 100, with 0 having no value and 100 having the highest ecological value. Together, these criteria allow us to make data-driven, transparent decisions that prioritize high-value conservation lands and maximize both ecological and community benefits. The benefits extend beyond the environment. This initiative directly supports safer neighborhoods, lower infrastructure costs, cleaner waterways, and a better quality life for our residents. It also reinforces Northport's image as a forward-thinking, sustainable city, which is attractive to both businesses and future residents in our city. This proposal aligns with the city's existing priorities, which involve protecting strategic lands, and aligns with our comprehensive plan goals for flood control, environmental protection, and resilience, while supporting development in areas more suited for growth. Nearby Sarasota County's Neighborhood Parkland program is an excellent example of an established acquisition program. Through proactive conservation and grant matching, they've reduced flooding and improved water quality while also maintaining property values. They have conserved over 110 properties, which is equivalent to over 41,000 acres of conservation land. They've also leveraged over $30 million in grant funding. Northport can follow a similar model, scaled to fit our local needs and priorities. Staff is presenting 3 options to Commission for consideration. Option 1 is the staff recommendation. Under this option, staff would pursue all parcels identified by the Natural Resources Division, following the ecological rankings established through our evaluation process. Each acquisition would be contingent upon 3 factors: the presence of a willing seller, the availability to secure the property at fair market value, and the availability of funding. If a property owner is unwilling to sell or request a price above market value, or funding is insufficient, staff would move on to the next property on the prioritized list until all funding is utilized or all properties have been acquired. It's important to note that the Environmental Advisory Board last week reviewed this recommendation and made a formal motion to support staff's recommendation for option 1. In addition to this motion, the board also recommended including the parcel referenced during the September 9th Commission meeting, a property previously proposed under Sarasota County's land acquisition program, so that it may be included alongside other city candidate parcels. With these additions, option 1 reflects both staff analysis and advisory board consensus, providing a clear, transparent path to pursue conservation lands with the highest ecological and community benefit. Option 2, under this option, staff would focus acquisition efforts on the top 10 properties with the highest ecological value as identified by the Natural Resources Division. Efforts would be limited to these parcels unless no willing sellers are found. If none of the top 10 parcels are available, staff would proceed down the ranking list in order of ecological value until funding is utilized. Option 3, under this option, all parcels not containing wetlands, floodplains, or stormwater management potential would be removed from the acquisition list. This focus would be solely on properties that provide direct hydrologic or flood mitigation benefits to the city. With Commission support, we can initiate phase 1, which involves identifying willing sellers, conducting appraisals and environmental assessments, and applying for grants. Northport's natural systems are our first line of defense against flooding and the foundation for clean water and a high quality of life. By investing in these lands now, we're protecting the city's infrastructure, its residents, and its future prosperity. We ask for your support to move forward with this initiative and put the Environmental Protection Fund to work, benefiting all of Northport residents. Thank you for your time today, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. We have a conservancy group out there in Northport that's currently buying properties on their own, raising funds and putting that into conservatories. Would you be willing to look at what they've purchased and maybe purchase lots in those areas, because that would just enhance the habitat as well for either scrub jays, gopher tortoises, you know, to where we might be able to work hand in hand and make bigger areas of conservation?
Absolutely. That's a great point that you brought up. We've actually been in contact with these individuals and have had meetings with them and tried to gauge their willingness to help participate in these programs or partnering with us as well.
Yeah, because I think that would be a win-win for both parties involved, and the city in a whole. So,
absolutely.
Thank you very much. Commissioner or Vice Mayor Langdon, you're going to
You're
get
having a hard
demoted.
time with that.
You're going to get demoted. You keep talking. No.
Thank you, Mayor. That was going to be one of my suggestions as well, that we consider taking recommendations and working in a cooperative way with our local environmental groups who are also purchasing property. And I'll make the same comment to you as I made to our parks team. As we put together our property acquisition plans, let's make sure those efforts are coordinated. In some situations, co-locating a park and conservation land would give greater THUD value to green space. In other situations, we might want to separate that to provide some shade and green space relief to areas of the city that are more intensely developed. What's the anticipated budget for these acquisitions?
It depends on the fair market value that we can acquire them at. You know, some properties are listed between $40,000 to over $250,000. So it all depends on the size of the property, the willingness of a seller, and the fair market value.
What sort of what funds do we have available for the purchase of these properties? How much are we willing and able to spend on this activity?
We're requesting to utilize $2.5 million of the Environmental Protection Fund to spearhead this project.
Philosophically, I'm not supportive of using public monies to buy conservation land or to buy land for economic development. But the fact that we're using money that developers who insist on clear cutting are really going to pay for it, I'm very supportive of this activity. I have one question. Zone 5 looks to me to be square dab in the middle of activity centers 6 and 10. Number one, am I accurate with that? And if so, how are we going to balance our need for commercial property with our desire to conserve land?
That's an important point that you made. A lot of the land out there is currently undeveloped. So when we did our initial screening of these properties, a lot of them focused on floodplain benefits and wetlands, because that is, you know, what we see a lot here in Northport is flooding. So we did focus highly on wetlands and floodplain parcels out in that area. And because the area is undeveloped right now, there were more opportunities for potential property acquisitions.
But for a lot of that property, our intention is to develop it commercially. So, and when we develop, whether it's residential or commercial, wetlands and those kinds of things do need to be mitigated. So I just see the potential for conflicting strategies here, and how are we going to reconcile that?
Good afternoon. Elena Ray. So first, I want to clarify that $2.5 million was already approved in this year's budget for land acquisition. We will be bringing an ordinance, a ULDC amendment to you soon regarding that funding, because we need to add some language to the ULDC regarding the combining of the old tree fund and the new environmental protection fund. So we just need to merge those two together. So we will be doing that before we actually expend that $2.5 million. But as far as the conflict between the two, we all know wetlands have to be mitigated. That's costly.
Right.
Swift mud is pretty sticky about that. The ability to put some of those wetlands or floodplain into conservation could actually potentially benefit a developer. So from a standpoint of if we remove that wetland area from a potential development, they wouldn't have to mitigate it then. But additionally, we did talk about this conflict when they were looking at this. And there were some parcels that we had to say, no. We know of plans for those parcels, so we took those off. So there was already the intention of looking carefully at that to make sure that we don't butt heads between our environmental conservation and our economic development. One of the unique things about having both of those under our development services umbrella is that we are able to really ensure that those are compatible. So we are doing that.
Personally, I would be very disappointed to see a lot of land within those activity centers taken off the commercial development.
The idea is to look at those parcels that have ecological value, but would also be difficult to develop.
To develop anyway.
Right.
Okay, I got that. I'm good. This is exciting. This year I'm all green.
Oh, boy. Commissioner
Well,
Stokes.
almost.
Yes. One, thank you for this. I'm glad you said it, Ms. Elena, because the $2.5 million was something that, we did put in the budget this year. I wouldn't really call it a concern, but a consideration, I think, as we try to put this together, is the ranking process itself. To me, there are two pieces to this. One is the ecological impact that acquiring some of this land and setting it aside would provide. The other is the stormwater management and water quality aspects of sensitive land acquisition. That's where I think our priority ought to be. And in the rating process, while I didn't look close, I don't know that it does that. And my fear is that it will prioritize properties, that cater to perpetuating environments for scrub jays and gopher tortoises and others. Not that that's not a value thing, okay, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, let's be real. We're not gonna have much money for this. If we get a couple of $1 million a year with the cost of what it takes to run our natural resource department for all the overhead and the human resources involved in running that department, takes a big bite. It's gonna take a big bite here. Development slows, it's gonna affect this fund. No matter how you cut it, we're never gonna have as much money as we'd like to have for this collective purpose. So I say we need to be careful how we marshal the resources. And to me, the place to focus would be on stormwater management and water quality areas along the Myakkahatchee and areas like that. It's my opinion, but I would be an advocate of option 3 rather than option 1. I think option 1 is going to be everything in the kitchen sink in it, and it's going to turn into, we got a little nest of scrub jays or a bunch of gopher tortoises here. Not that they shouldn't be protected and taken care of. God forbid I should say that. But it's real important if we're going to use taxpayer dollars, which is, developer dollars, because that's what it really is, that it go to help mitigate stormwater management. They're on the hook in their planned developments to assure that there isn't any more stormwater management runoff after development as before. We know they're going to take care of their end of stormwater management issues, but to be able to take some of the money they pay by cutting down trees and redeploying it to help stormwater management in some of the areas, low-lying areas of our city, I think is the high priority, much more of a higher priority than anything ecological in my book. And since we're gonna have such limited resources, I'd like to see a process here for evaluation and prioritization takes that into account, because I would have a hard time supporting spending, this money on areas. I mean, it's going to come down to fighting over what projects make most sense, but I really think that stormwater management is critical to our city. And this is a great opportunity to address it. That's why I fought for the $2.5 million in the budget, so.
Just to note, our land acquisition scorecard, we did include that in the materials that were presented to you, and it does outline all of our grading procedures. And it does rate those wetlands, floodplains as very ecologically high. On the attached document to the scorecard are the parcels which we have identified. And each parcel on that list has the score that we gave it, as well as why we gave it that score. In the description, you can see whether there were wetlands or floodplains within that parcel and why it received such a high score.
Yeah, as long as we're weighting the average there to account for those priorities, if that's the will of the commission. The other comment I would make is, and Commissioner Lang or Vice Mayor commented on it, is our development partners. I mean, even in our commercial and industrial areas of the city that we're hoping to get developed as planned, they need to play an active role in helping that process. It's, they got to build the infrastructure, and this is part of what they should provide, quality of life amenities as well as good stormwater management. And to the extent they can help in this process by putting up some of their dollars, so much the better. I mean, I'll point to my neighborhoods of Welland Park for that. I mean, you see what they're doing. And even as they recognize some of the higher priorities of stormwater management issues there, they're going back and digging some of those ponds deeper and bigger to accommodate. So, that is, to me, a critical part of something. We have our opportunity to get our hands on this property on any of these properties is so difficult. I know we had lots of pushback on Tier 2 along the Myakkahatchee, and all we've really gone after are those properties that had, no structures on them. I will go after all of them now. Think about some stormwater management ponds and retention ponds and canals and other things that could be built to help mitigate flooding in some of our areas of the city that people have for years taken a beating on. And when people talk about how all this development is causing problems, you know where it's causing them? In the legacy areas of Northport, where all these single-family homes are being built. Where there used to be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 homes on a street, now there's homes everywhere. They don't mitigate. They don't do anything for stormwater management. They just cut down all the trees and build their homes and their driveways and their lanais and their pools. So that's where I see us making a dent in this. So thank you. That's all I got.
Commissioner Duvall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of questions. First of all, this money is coming from what was the tree fund. How much money is there in that fund?
I don't have the exact number. Commissioner Stefan Califf, Natural Resources Manager.
I want to say we have in the neighborhood of $4.5 million, but not all of that is in the tree, what was the tree fund. We've collected a lot of money under the Environmental Protection Fund that went into effect when the ULDC was adopted. So we've had some fairly large properties to develop and some fines as well. So that have been collected under the new fund, not just the old fund.
Okay. Well, how much revenue would you expect next year to go into this fund?
Based on development that we know is coming, we're looking at probably, I would need to look at our budget, what we did project that in our budget for last year. We projected a revenue. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but it was substantial, at least a couple $1 million, I believe.
All right. At one time, I heard about a plan for the environmental division to plant 500 trees this year. Can you tell me how far along we are on that number?
So again, Stefan Califf, Natural Resources Manager. So for the last year, we were very close to that number. And for this year, with the projected projects that we have in plan, I expect to be exceeding that number. Now I'm talking this fiscal year for 2026.
This 2.5 million, not sure how to couch this question. 2.5 million for these identified pieces of land. Will we try to renew this program for another year? You know, will it be like a continuing, or is this just a one-time shot?
From my understanding, this is something that we will evaluate on a year-by-year basis based on the funds that we have collected in the Environmental Protection Fund.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I can interject, what we approve in the budget.
Oh, yeah, that's
And if I may, Commissioner, one more just point from on the behalf of Natural Resources, my team, we note that as far as habitat protection, preservation and conservation are some of the most effective ways in protecting and preserving our canopy. And in many cases, this is superior compared to plain tree planting, simply because we are dealing with an established canopy, established native habitat that's already there. It's functional, it's providing habitat for our wildlife, shade for our residents, helping with the heat island effect mitigation. So these are some of the reasons why we believe that this program is so important for our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
A quick follow-up question. Could you put up that slide of your score sheet? And while you're doing that, it's my inclination to support the recommendation of our Environmental Advisory Board, but Commissioner Stokes does bring up some good points about stormwater management being one of the priorities. And I was going to suggest, if it wasn't there, to integrate it into this score sheet, but it is there. What would be your sense of hypothetical situation? We target 10 properties. Based on your score sheet, what percentage of those would rise to the top because of their ability to help us manage water quality and stormwater? I think if the scorecard weighted those kinds of things, I would be supportive of a broader mission than option 3, but Commissioner Stokes does make some really good points about stormwater being a priority.
There was an attachment that we included within this agenda item. And if you do look at the top 10 parcels, I believe all of them have stormwater and wetland function. So those actually were at the top of our list.
And that would be option 1.
Yeah, it would be option 1.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Commissioner Stokes?
Yeah, I mean, and again, I have no real problem between option 1 and option 3, as long as option 1 weights stormwater management related sensitive properties. That I think is important. And to Commissioner Duval's concern, which is a righteous one, we only got so much, and yeah, it's substantial. I mean, we might get $2, $3, $4, $5 million a year. Who knows how much? If development starts to dry up, if the markets close, if things happen, that's going to affect that fund. But which is why I think we need to be careful. We have a baseline overhead of our natural resource department, which people wanted for a very long time, and I'm very, very proud to be a part of a commission that saw that come to reality. I really am. I think it's great. But we got a chunk of dollars every year to go to support that department. We also know we want to replant trees. And then we also want to address sensitive land acquisition. And there may be room, while it's not exactly focused on the land acquisition end, it ties together. And that's the ability to create a program in our city for people, to incentivize people to plant trees. Our ex-commissioner Alice White said this over and over and over again, 100 times. People clear cut, whether it's the individual developer, whether it's the big developer, everybody clear cuts because they got to build everything up because of stormwater issues and all the rest. But where's the incentive for people to want to plant trees? I hear people all the time complain about developments taking away all our natural resources, cutting down all these precious trees. Nobody's stopping them from planting them. Plant them on your own property. I bought an HOA, and I put in my ARC requests, and I've planted trees, bushes, you name it. I mean, I've created a little show. Like, I don't know how many degrees I've lowered the temperature. Probably not many, because I tend to get upset about things, so maybe. But all I'm saying is, like, you can do it. People can do it. And the ability to structure a program citywide for people to take pride in doing that, I think is important, and I think it'll help mitigate the amount of dollars we need to put towards tree replacement. And you made a comment earlier about, identifying these areas and acquiring this sensitive land, and it will help with our tree canopy. Well, percentages can be deceiving, because there's a lot of areas of our city that even if we exceed the 35% like umbrella or canopy that we'd like to hit, there's tons of areas that don't have anything in the way of trees, and it's hotter than you know what. So there is a need for tree planting in this city. There's a lot of areas where we need more trees in and around residential areas, pocket parks, and other areas. So, I just think we need to be smart how we marshal our resources. And to me, this is a program we could get community buy-in on. I don't think people realize, I don't think some of the property owners in these planned communities even realize that they have the ability to speak out and say, hey, don't cut all these trees down. A lot of people who hire developers or builders to build on their lots don't realize they can tell them, don't cut down these trees, keep some of them. And there's a lot of misinformation about what you can plant in and around septic tanks and other things. Alice was, beat the drum on this over and over, and I'm delighted to take another swing at the drum because, I think not all people, but a lot of people might want to get behind a program like that.
Commissioner Stokes, Lori Barnes, Deputy Director, Development Services. I'd just like to address some of your comments and then also maybe give an overarching forward look for you all. First of all, the Natural Resources Division has on a number of occasions since its inception offered a tree giveaway program to residents. They also attend many of our community events and even programs at the schools to educate the public about trees, about planting trees, about right place, right species. And so we will continue those efforts. Moreover, they work very closely with our residential contractors now, wherein we didn't have the staff to do so before, to really work with them on their site planning for new residential and conserve those trees. Conserved trees offer more of a benefit than new planted trees. And as to the budget conversation, Development Services is well aware that we have to be cognizant of the revenues and balance all of the various natural resources programs, including administration of the division, as well as our efforts related to wildlife preservation, acquisition of land, tree planting. We have a number of tree planting projects that are currently in various stages of development, whether it be design or procurement. And as those trees go into the ground, you'll see us publishing on our social media and celebrating that we are planting trees, that we are forward-looking for the environment to balance that growth. And I think that that the community is pleased to see what our Natural Resources Division is doing. And as we bring our budget to you next year, we'll be sure that we're balancing all the various areas of preservation and making sure that we're good stewards of those dollars.
Thanks for sharing.
Let me add also that thanks to our environmental experts that we have in our Natural Resources Division, we are able to go after aggressively grants that are available. So we're not using city money, we're not even using the developer's money, we're using state, federal money, or even from private organizations. We've gone after a watershed master plan grant. We've gone after a grant, we secured a grant for planting trees on Sumter Boulevard, so to replace trees that were destroyed during Hurricane Ian. So we will be embarking on that planting. We're working on a grant now, a grant application. Actually, it's not a grant, it's literally a donation. There's no matching component for a large bucket of money that would allow us to remove exotic vegetation from city-owned property. So those types of things are something that we didn't have the wheelhouse to do previously. We didn't have the capacity to do it. And then we didn't have the staff necessary to manage those projects going forward. So that's, I call it free money. And I'm all about it. So we're very fortunate now that we have the staff that's able to go for that. And so that's simply going to, boost the amount of initiatives that we can do in that division without dipping into our $700,000 for grants and matching or donations. So that's money that we're going to be able to use without having to dip into the special fund, which is just a fantastic and unprecedented thing for the city.
Thanks for sharing that, Laura. Thanks for sharing that.
And if I may make two more quick comments, Commissioner. So regarding the tree donation program for this fiscal year, we have allocated funding towards expanding that program compared to last year. So we are expecting to be donating over 400 or perhaps more trees that people will be able to plant on private property in their yards. We will be providing the necessary educational materials to ensure that this planting will be successful. And another point that pertaining to tree planting on private property, our Unified Land Development Code incentivizes that. So when a developer or when a builder considers clearing the property, they can offset a significant amount of their mitigation fees if they choose to plant trees on their property instead of paying back to the city.
I had one other thought as I was listening to you speak, and that's, as we go about identifying properties that might make sense for us, some will lend itself to stormwater management things, some will just to be create green space and park-like. But, to the extent with the needs, we just listened to a parks master plan, and we know that a big focus of our citizenry was on outdoorsy, environmental, ecological kind of, activities. The ability to perhaps dovetail, I mean, we're gonna have the same problem as we try to build more parks and expand our park structure east, okay? There may well be opportunities to take some of this environmentally sensitive land and create a natural park, the kind of park that doesn't really have to be maintained. It's not gonna have a whole lot of concrete or structure on it, but that would also lend itself to, you know, quiet enjoyment, trees, shade, peaceful areas, you know, so, you know, there's something to consider too, where one hand may help the other here. I mean,
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe that there are many ways to collaborate with our Parks and Recreation Department team.
that's all I got.
Thank you. Good enough. Any public comment?
There is none.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make it.
Go ahead.
I move to direct city manager to pursue option 1, which is to pursue all identified properties by priority, ranking, and availability.
Second that.
We have a motion on the floor made by Vice Mayor to direct the city manager to pursue all identified properties by prioritized ranking and availability, which would be option 1. That was seconded by Commissioner Stokes. If nothing, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item F. 25-3007. Discussion and possible action regarding the First Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2024-16.002 for construction services contracted Phase 2 by and in between the City of Northport, Florida and Ajax Building Company, LLC, for construction of an emergency operations center in the amount of $12,748,398.00. Mr. Fletcher, this would be your last item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the companion item to the item you approved earlier regarding the budget for the EOC, and we are recommending that you choose option 1, which is to approve the First Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2024-16.002 for construction services contract Phase 2, and between the City of Northport, Florida and Ajax Building Company, LLC, for construction of an emergency operations center in the amount of $12,748,398. Myself and the emergency manager, Stacy Alicio, are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, sir.
Anything on this, commissioners? Not seeing anything.
Let's get it done.
City Clerk, any public comment? There is none. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make it. I move to approve item number 25-3007 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Stokes to approve item number 25-3007 as presented, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. I give up. If there's nothing, please vote. And that passes 5-0. What are you waiting on? Let's get that thing built. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's taking you so long.
All right, our last item is item G, 25-0210. Discussion and possible action regarding presenting the key to the city to Bud Corte on January 8th, 2026. And that was requested by myself, so I'm not passing it off to the city manager to get it back. So, a little bit of history here. If you drive by the Northport Scout House on Greenwood, you'll see a sign where it was named in honor of Bud and Wanda Corte. The couple moved here in 1984. Bud owned a contracting business on Trot Circle for many years. He donated thousands back to the Little League Scouts, girls softball, and many other organizations. As an early bird Kiwanis member, he helped restore the Scout House on more than one occasion. He worked with the Builders Association to make it happen. He was always doing stuff for children and families of Northport. He went above and beyond to help others. He later worked for the city as an inspector in the building department before he retired again, this time for real. That's when he began making homemade gifts for his friends and family. On November 25th, he passed away. A memorial service will be held for him in January, and I'm requesting the city of Northport give his wife and family a key to the city to thank them in remembrance of Bud Cortez' contributions to this community. And if there was anybody out there, in my opinion, that deserves this, it is Bud and it is his family. So that's all I got. It's up to anybody have anything to say?
I move to approve item number 25-0210 as presented.
Well, thank you very much, but we got to check for public comment first.
There is none.
Oh, okay, now you can go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, now I gotta put my glasses back on. I move to approve item number 25-0210 as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve item number 25-0210 as presented, made by Commissioner Duval and seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll get it right once. If there's nothing, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Try not to. City Clerk, is there any, yeah, that would work. Thank you. You're sure now? All right, not gonna fly anybody in, okay. All right, Commission Communications, Commissioner Duval, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Recently attended the Do the Right Thing ceremony, poinsettia parade and tree lighting, police department swearing in ceremony, Boca Chica Park groundbreaking, Waken Church food distribution. I worked that for a day and a half. And I also attended, went to the FLC conferences up in Orlando for 3 days. And no matter which committee I was at, or which lecture I was at, or which forum, every single one seemed to concentrate on SB 180, the legislator taking away home rule. Those were the, and there's a couple of other bills coming up. I think it was an 18 and 20. I don't want to, I'll get the numbers mixed up. But the main emphasis was for us to let our legislators know how we feel about these things. That's it.
Thank you. Apparently we have a typo because it says Commissioner Emmerich's communications. I'm gonna go with Commissioner Stokes.
Just need to go twice. Anyway, I did go to police swearing and ceremonies, the senior giving. What else did I go to? The poinsettia parade, which was outstanding, as always. And that's about it. Anyway, I would just encourage anybody who's got free time after this meeting, head over to the Twisted Fork. The Chamber is doing its big push and fundraiser for the meal or Shop with a Cop. So hopefully we're gonna go over 20,000 again tonight, and come out, drink, and reach in your pockets.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll have that. I may go over there.
There you go.
I attended the Senior Giving Festival, the Poinsettia Parade. and came to the do the right thing, which is, all I can say is, it was said earlier, it's a phenomenal program, and it's awesome for our children and to support our youth. I seen so many smiling faces after the program, and they were so proud, and their families and parents were so proud. It just makes for a joyful evening, so I really appreciate that. Commissioner Langdon, or Vice Mayor, damn it, I did it again.
You were doing so well.
I give up.
It's been a long day, but I'll just say I'm sorry our Parks and Rec team has left already because it was an outstanding poinsettia parade and festival. And I just really want to thank that team for all the joy they bring to the families and residents of the city. So thank you.
Remind you when time comes to vote on spending money for parks.
Kinder, gentler, Barbara Langdon.
Oh, boy.
See, we're converting you.
And Commissioner Petro, you're up, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was part of the Poinsettia Parade. It was awesome festivity. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Parks and Recs and City Clerk's Office for fulfilling that. I attended police swearing-in ceremony and FLC conference in Orlando.
Thank you, sir. City Manager?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing.
Nothing? City Attorney?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Thank you.
Oh, really? You're not gonna say that you were in the parade with your gingerbread minions?
And I thank everybody who shared their candy with
Thank
me, and not the one who did not, Commissioner Goodall.
Oh.
Oh.
There's always one Grinch in the crowd, so. But thank you all very much. If there's nothing, we are out of here at 4:02. We are adjourned.